You are, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Good evening and welcome to the City of San Carlos and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency Housing Authority regular meeting of the City Council. Would you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Okay, do we have any changes to the order of the agenda tonight? Okay.
Nothing from staff this evening, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any from council? Okay, not hearing any. Our first item is a presentation. We're going to have a presentation on updates from the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District.
Very good. Hi, this is Ross Graves, your trustee for the district. Hello. Thanks. And I'm very pleased to thank you very much, Council, for allowing us to present tonight. And thanks also, Crystal, very much for coordinating all the agenda and so forth. Just had my 2-year anniversary last week as trustee for the Mosquito and Vector Control District. And very happy to say that we once again received the District of Distinction certification, one of only 36 districts out of thousands in California to receive that. And that leads me to the first topic here about Dr. Chindi Peavy retiring this fall. Her guiding hand is really what has led us to receive these distinctions over and over. And we are under the process right now of recruiting for a new district manager, and we've retained an outside recruiting firm to assist with that. But it's big shoes to fill, that's for sure. And we're very sorry to see her moving on, but glad she can spend time with her grandchildren. Other items of update would be that we had two properties that we own and occupy, and we sold one of those, and that was in Redwood City. It was an ancillary property that was remote storage. It was quite inefficient, and that just closed 2 months ago. And now we've consolidated all of our activities out of Burlingame, which is much more efficient for us. I also want to talk about the effects of COVID-19 on our work, which has not abated. Vectors and mosquitoes do not shelter in place, and so our work has continued and been ongoing. And I, in fact, had a consultation just 2 weeks ago at my own home here in San Carlos. Now I'll turn it over to Megan Sabay to complete our agenda for tonight on updates.
Thanks, Ross. I'll take the next slide, please. So as Ross mentioned, mosquito control is an essential service, and we're trying to maintain all our services to the greatest extent possible. So we're still doing some resident service requests to the greatest extent feasible while still social distancing. Anything that doesn't require us to go inside someone's home or have face-to-face contact with them. The technicians are delivering their inspection reports by phone or email instead of meeting in person with residents, things like that. We're also conducting as much of our disease surveillance as possible. Some of our tick and rodent surveillance has been suspended due to loss of scientific collection permits for this season, but our West Nile virus surveillance is continuing on schedule. And we're also doing all of our preventative mosquito control. The technicians do most of that in the field by themselves, so that hasn't really been affected by all that's going on. Next slide, please. So here's some numbers for you for San Carlos for 2019, the year that we've concluded. We did about 200 service requests in your city last year, and more than half of those were for yellow jackets and wasps. That is Mostly consistent with what's going on in other cities with similar climate. And we expect that to continue to go up as the summers are getting warmer. Those are conducive to having a lot of yellow jacket and wasp nests and more growth to those nests. So we're expecting that to continue as the years go on. The number of rodent service requests for your city is roughly consistent with other cities the same size. There's no indication that there's any type of unusual problem going on there. And of course, we're doing about the same number of mosquito service requests and other service requests as usual. Next slide, please. Our 2019 West Nile season was remarkably mild. We had a really good year. We found no infected dead birds, no infected mosquito samples. We didn't have to do any adult mosquito control treatments. And we didn't find any sign that there was West Nile in San Mateo County last year, despite the fact that it was detected in our neighboring counties. Statewide, it was about an average year for West Nile virus, including 203 human cases, 6 of which were fatal. So even though it was circulating in the state, we were able to keep it under control here in San Mateo County. That being said, we don't know what kind of year we're going to have this year, this summer. Hopefully it will be another mild year because an outbreak of West Nile virus is the last thing we need on top of everything else that's going on. Next slide, please. So having said all that, I'd just like to ask your residents to help us out with mosquito prevention. We can't be everywhere at once. So if people would just dump and drain any standing water in their backyard, discard any outdoor containers that can fill when we get rain or with irrigation from sprinklers, and also to let us know if they're noticing more mosquitoes than usual anywhere, so that we can come and look for the source of that. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Megan. Any questions of Megan from my fellow council members? Hang on a minute while I bring up my, wait a second. There we go. I do not, hold on. Nope, I don't see any hands raised. Thank you very much, Megan. Great presentation.
Thank you so much for making room for us on the agenda.
Really appreciate it.
Always happy to have you come and give us a report. I'm glad that there's no mosquitoes that are bothering anybody. All right, the next item on the agenda, item 5, is public comments. Persons wishing to address the City Council on matters not on the posted agenda may do so at this time. There should be a public comment screen coming up. You can dial in if you like. You dial 669-900-9128. And there's a meeting ID that you'll enter when you see that, and then you'll be placed on mute and queued up in a waiting room. And then when it's your turn to speak, the last 3 digits of your phone number will be announced and you'll be unmuted. Crystal, do we have any public speakers tonight?
I'm not seeing any calls at this moment.
Okay, all right. We have no one signed up for public comment. In that case, we're going to move on to item 6, council communications and announcements. These are announcements or brief items from members of the council regarding upcoming events in the community and correspondence that they have received. They're informational in nature and no action will be taken on these items at this meeting. So why don't we start with Laura?
Great. Thank you, Mayor Collins. I would just like to recognize all the graduates in our community. This has been a very interesting journey that we've all been on, and there are many folks who've realized life accomplishments that aren't able to celebrate in traditional ways. Nonetheless, I'm buoyed by and inspired by those who found new and innovative ways to celebrate these very important milestones. So I just want to recognize all of the graduates out there and thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura. Sarah.
I wanted to give an update on the 2+2 subcommittee that met on Friday. The 2+2 committee is made up of 2 council members and 2 school board members, and then also our city manager attends and the superintendents and staff from each side. And we had a wonderful discussion on Friday. The school district, as most of us know, is navigating a difficult financial time right now, and it's faced with making some tough budget cuts. At our meeting, the school district gave a very thorough presentation on their budget, and then the city, from our side, gave a presentation on kind of what our economic outlook will be. You know, both the city and the school district are facing uncertain economic times ahead with serious revenue shortfalls. So we discussed some areas where the city could potentially collaborate with the school district, including crossing guards, where we already collaborate. We discussed potentially field maintenance costs, childcare facilities and services. You know, we mentioned that the city is open to finding ways to collaborate in the future right now to help us through. The school district did ask the city for a grant in the amount of $1.5 million. The school district is putting together its budget now, and we agreed to meet in early August. And I'd like to turn it over to my colleague Adam to see if he had anything. If I forgot anything to add, please hop on.
No, thanks, Sarah. Good, thorough report on that. I think you covered everything. And I think we, like I said, we had a good discussion and we talked through the various topics. And I think the school board had a meeting the night before, but they did a budget discussion. And so clearly it's on the minds of a lot of people. The only piece I'll add is that we did also have SCEF come on and speak as well, because we asked sort of where they are in the process, and that they are looking at potentially doing, after their regular cycle of fundraising, to do a July sort of separate campaign to try to provide additional funds to the school district. So that's sort of a new sort of effort that they'll be kicking off in July as part of the process. But other than that, I think you covered everything that we talked about.
Thank you, Adam. Mark.
Thank you, Ron. I just actually had a question for Adam and Sarah based on that report, for which thank you. Where were things left in terms of next steps in general, and specifically apparently the school district had submitted a request for a grant of $1.5 million from the city. I'd like to get a sense of sort of what the trajectory is here.
We left it with that in terms of the areas that Sarah talked about for collaboration, that both staff at the superintendent level and Jeff would continue to work, and we'd look at once we got in August to try to reconvene on those specific areas. We had asked if they would, come up with any other areas that they might find collaboration for us to work on, but that was the extent of it. And we just mentioned that we would raise the request and leave it at that. No further action on the request itself was made.
So is I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. So is the request such that it's going to be part, this may be a Jeff question, is it going to be part of the budget discussion we have upcoming on the council sometime in the next few weeks, or what? I'm still unclear about the timing of this and where it was left.
I think Jeff's coming on. I mean, is he getting on there?
Yeah, I don't know that I have anything to add beyond what Councilmember Rack said. I think Councilmember Rack, Councilmember McDowell explained what they had said. From a staff perspective, we would just be looking for direction from council on anything that you guys want us working on in general.
All right, I think that's I think I've managed to parse where that's left, so thank you.
Okay, all right, I don't see any other hands raised. I was informed during our council communications that we do indeed have a public speaker, and I apologize for jumping the gun and leaving them out. Crystal, is the speaker still available?
Yes, let me go ahead and admit them in right now.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, caller number 342. Thank you for calling into the San Carlos City Council meeting. Please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council, and once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone. So if you can wrap it up at that time, that'd be great. And if you want to state your name for the record before you provide your public comment, you may do so now. And you are now unmuted.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Abhishek Chaturvedi, and I had written an email earlier to the city clerk, and she was kind enough to forward the email to all the council members, and some of them also got back to me, and this was regarding construction hours within the city. I did address that I am in a position, our family is in a position where we have a construction project going on within a renovation project going on within our house, and the construction hours have been changed such that there's no construction allowed on the weekends, and we do understand some of the intentions behind that. That said, we are all working from home every day, 8 to 5, 8 to 6, sometimes even beyond. And we would appreciate if the city would consider reintroducing or reinstating the hours for construction on the weekend, so that we are not disturbing our neighbors and we get a chance to work ourselves and have our construction crew coming over the weekend, so that we can sort of do a staggered schedule for our construction. And I appreciate everyone getting back to me on my email. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just so you know, that is an item tonight on our new business. It's item 10B, and we are going to be considering a resolution about extending the construction hours. So you might want to hang around to see how that discussion goes. Thanks. Crystal, did we lose him or?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if I was muted yet. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak, Crystal?
Yes, we do have another caller. Let me go ahead and admit them in right now. Good evening, caller number 702. Thank you for calling into the San Carlos City Council meeting. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You will have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. Once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone, and if you could please wrap it up at that time, we really appreciate it. And also, if you want to introduce yourself before you start your public comment, that would be great. And you are now unmuted.
702, thank you for calling into the San Carlos City Council meeting. If you could please lower the volume.
Hello, this is Joe Rivella. I'm a resident, 57 years old in San Carlos. I've been emailing most of you, and I currently am hoping that we're going to get our working hours back to what they were prior to the lockdown. There's a lot of financial problems and emotional problems I think that this has caused people. And I think one of them is, not being able to work. And I think our only way out of this problem we have is to work our way out of it. I don't see how we can pay ourselves by the state or by the government and come out of this. I think it's very important for the out of city workers who commute into the town every day to at least get an 8-hour day. I think in a time right now where we're hurting financially, especially, to limit hours for construction workers really to 30. I mean, you're really taking a quarter out of the workday, really affects them. And I'm hoping that we can get this back to normal. I think what I've heard from you guys is that this is being done to give the people who are at home peace and quiet. And more important, I think, than giving peace and quiet is getting people back to work. And I think shortly everyone's going to be given that chance to go back to work, whether or not companies want to do that or not. I think is going to be very interesting to see. I think some will stay home, but I don't feel like that is a good reason to limit our hours. You know, I think our hours to work are just as important as anybody else's hours sitting at home. And I include Saturday and Sunday. I think these hours also are being limited down to, you know, your own house as well. You're not allowed to work before 9 or after 4 or Saturday and Sunday on any property that I own. It could be my own house, could be another property. So I really think we need to get back to our original hours. I don't know where along the way we started listening to government tell us when and how to work, but I think it's really important that we just can eliminate that and get back to work. Thank you for your time.
Ron, you're muted.
Is the caller still there? Well, if you're listening, just a reminder, we are talking about that issue tonight. It's item 10B on the agenda, and it'll be in a little bit. Okay, Crystal, do we have any other speakers?
We do have one more speaker in the queue.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like we have 2 more speakers in the queue.
All right.
Good evening, caller ending in number 247. Thank you for calling into the San Carlos City Council meeting. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you, that'll avoid some echoing problems that we're having. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. Once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone, and if you can please wrap it up at that time, that'd be great. Please introduce yourself before you begin, and you are now unmuted.
I wasn't sure if I was going to speak on Agenda 8A, but I wanted to talk about the downtown businesses and COVID-19. Can I speak now, or should I wait till Agenda Item 8A? This is Anna Kramer.
Normally, ma'am, we would have you wait, but given the circumstances and the way things have been rearranged in this new environment, we're going to let you go ahead and talk now.
Great, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Anna Chen Kramer, and I'm a longtime resident of San Carlos, who has previously served on the Economic Development Advisory Commission. The reason I'm speaking today is to advise you of the feedback I received from downtown businesses while collecting signatures for the nonpartisan resolution SMGOP presented to the Board of Supervisors last Monday, a copy of which has been sent to the city clerk. In short, our downtown businesses are hurting. Takeouts and online orders are not sustainable business models. There are already many for lease signs, empty and closed stores on Laurel Street. If we don't help our merchants quickly, I fear more of that will occur. Many of the 22 businesses I spoke with asked for help to find opportunities to generate foot traffic to downtown and open their stores or restaurants safely. Some asked that they be allowed to display their wares in the sidewalk. Now that farmers markets are opened elsewhere, surely we can allow merchants to open their businesses onto Laurel Street with proper social distancing, sanitation, and face masks. With shelter in place, there's hardly any automobile traffic downtown anyway, and there's plenty of parking in parking lots on El Camino. This morning, I learned from the County Chief of Health, Louise Rogers' report to the supervisors that the rate of positive coronavirus cases in our county is dropping and meets state requirements, and we have excess hospital capacity. Their focus is currently on convalescent care facilities. This means that the emergency declaration that affected all of us in March is no longer necessary. We're also better equipped with the knowledge of prevention. As you know, small retail businesses are the engine that drive our economy, and the sales and income taxes they pay are revenues for our government services. These businesses employ people who cannot work from home, not like office, government, or school employees who can and continue to collect the paycheck during the shutdown. Temporary grants and unemployment subsidies are unsustainable for the government or the businesses. Please open our downtown businesses by providing safety guidelines and allow our merchants to stay in business. We need a vibrant downtown. Thank you.
Through the chair, I had a clarifying question.
I'm sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I believe we're allowed to ask clarifying questions of public speakers, but not to actually discuss the item.
Sure. Anna, are you still there?
I'm still here.
The council member has a question for you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your well thought out comment. In context for my question, are you associated with or were part of the San Mateo County GOP process that led to this petition?
Yes. Well, I am the vice chair of SMGOP.
Oh, okay, good. That's great. Because I've had quite a few discussions over the last couple of months with county officials and state officials about how they're involved in, weighing things to decide how to reopen when. And one of the things that would help me in my communications with them is my sense is, from the thrust of your argument, you would like to see more opening happening sooner. And so I'd like if you could share your perspective on what the San Mateo County GOP thinks would be an acceptable increase in fatality and illness rates for opening, because that's fundamentally what's driving the thinking on the part of the public officials making these.
Well, I don't know that I could speak for the whole council, but we certainly looked at the statistics of the county. Of the 23,500 tests as of May 22nd, less than 1/3 resulted in fatalities. And the majority of the fatalities were people that were 70 years and over. So what we're thinking is we're shutting down the entire economy to protect a group of vulnerable seniors that may take already precautions that will protect themselves. And yet our vibrant economy is shut down. And so
fundamentally, I appreciate that. We probably have a difference of opinion here, but what it sounds like is that the county GOP organization would be willing to accept placing some of those elderly people more at risk.
No, not at all. And I don't want to turn this into a partisan, because it is not a partisan issue, although many people want to make it a partisan issue. So nobody wants people to die. And I spoke with a 93-year-old lady that was shut in from March 8th on for 8+ weeks with only somebody to deliver her food. She was not allowed to use her computer. She was not allowed to use the library in her facility. She was basically in prison. We do not consider that mental health part, and we just say death. Well, we should think about mental health too. So I don't think the county is looking at a complete picture, and nobody accepts any death, but we are dying slowly.
Anna, thank you. We need to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got my question answered.
All right, we need to move on. Crystal, do we have another speaker?
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to come back to council communications for a minute. Adam, was there anything else you wanted to add? Oh, never mind. You took your hand.
I did. I know we sort of got sidetracked. I just wanted to just echo Laura's sentiments about the graduates and having one myself who's graduating from high school shortly. And I know Laura's got the same situation. Just sort of, I want to echo her great comments.
Okay. I lost you there for a minute. I lost your audio there for a second, Adam. So I hope everybody else heard it. Okay, we're just going to finish up with the council communications. I just have a couple of items myself. We had a finance committee meeting today for the Caltrain Joint Powers Authority, and some of the CARES Act funds have reached the JPA, and those funds will be well used to keep Caltrain running. And I'd also like to announce that I had a COVID-19 test today, and I'll let you all know my results in a couple of days. All right. We'll move on now to the consent calendar. These are all items that, unless anybody wants to pull them, are just approved in one motion. Does anybody want to pull any of the consent calendar items for discussion? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, a motion and a second. Crystal, please call the roll.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parmalohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. Next, we're going to move on to reports from council. These are just updates on city projects and city department heads and staff and city council subcommittees. They are informational in nature and no action will be taken at this time. The first item is an update on the coronavirus. And I believe Jeff Maltby is going to give the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Just wait for the presentation to come up here. Okay, thanks. Can I get the next slide? Or do I have control? So I thought we'd start with the county. There have been a few new health orders issued since last we met. And on May 18th, the county issued a new health order to allow some businesses to resume in alignment with the state orders. The following activities were allowed to open: offices without the ability to telework, retail businesses with curbside service, animal groomers, car washes, childcare facilities with limited numbers, and there are specific requirements about that in terms of the number of kids and moving through 4 weeks at a time as sort of a cohort, so as to have any potential illness be exposed and limited to one group. Next slide. In addition, on May 22nd, the health order was further modified to allow childcare for non-essential workers. In addition, there was some clarification added for childcare programs, including that all camps and childcare must be for 4 consecutive weeks, as I mentioned earlier, so that they go through as one cohort. Today, the Board of Supervisors took action extending the moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent due to COVID-19 for residential and commercial tenants through June 30th, 2020. State actions have included moving through their stages in their reopening plan. May 12th, the governor announced the opening of low-risk businesses. May 26th, the governor announced that places of worship can reopen under restricted conditions, and all retail can reopen. The governor also said that counties will be taking the lead on reopening and establishing restrictions. Counties that are ready can move into stage 3 with the reopening of hair salons and barbershops. May 14th, the governor issued his revised budget reflecting anticipated impact of COVID-19 on the state budget. The state budget was revised to include the anticipated significant reduction in revenue and expenditures, I believe in the order of magnitude of close to $50 billion. All sorts of programs funded by the state will be impacted, including education programs. Community actions, we're continuing to ask the community to follow the city on our social media accounts, Nextdoor, Facebook, Twitter, and our website for the latest information from the city. We continue to operate our hotline at 802-4347 or the county hotline at 211 if help is needed or you're interested in volunteering. I believe our June blood drive, which is going to be held at the youth center with the Red Cross, is all sold out in terms of participants. And we are talking with them about a second blood drive to be held in August, which we will let the community know about when more details are available. The Caring Cupboard let us know that they're now providing 62 bags of groceries a week, serving 121 San Carlos residents. We're continuing to operate the Emergency Operations Center and working towards the slow reopening of city facilities in accordance with the governor's and county's guidelines. We're responding to and communicating changes to the county health orders to our community as they're released. And we're continuing to track our costs associated with this emergency for reimbursement from state and federal programs, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. We've installed thermal scanners at City Hall, the Courtyard, the Adult Community Center, and the Youth Center to monitor the temperature of people entering these buildings. Masks are required to be worn by all those in the building. Parks and Recreation is offering 20 virtual recreation classes, and we actually have a presentation about that later on your agenda. And then I wanted to begin to give the council just a bit of an update on city finances. Here's the latest information that we have from across the state through our tax consultant that we use, as many cities do, called HCL. And as you can see, we're projecting some pretty heavy losses in the area of sales tax. The only real area other than food and drug that we're seeing an uptick are the state and county pools. And that's where a lot of the online sales tax is distributed to cities throughout the state. But our more traditional categories of sales tax are heavily impacted by this. And I should note that as we look at some of this financial data here, it's important to note that this was prepared under the original assumptions, and I guess maybe there are assumptions that remain in place, is that the economy would and the business community would be mostly fully reopened by June 1st. So we're rapidly approaching that deadline, and things have not moved as fast as I think we had all anticipated when that date was originally sort of thrown out as a goal for reopening. It also doesn't take into account if we should have any additional economic closures later this year in the fall, if there's a second wave of the virus that should begin to rise, and if we should start to see then health orders become more restrictive. So our major operating revenues in the city, of course, property tax for this particular fiscal year that we're starting to get quite close to the end of, any risk would be unknown. Unlikely to see major impacts to property tax, but property tax is paid through the county before it's distributed to cities. So we wouldn't necessarily start to see a trend if reassessments were being applied for or granted until we begin to get data from the county, and that'll be some months away. Sales tax continues to be one of our very high at-risk categories, with 13 to 11% reductions in sales tax sort of across the board, with different categories being impacted differently. Transit occupancy tax, this is the hotel tax, obviously, contingent on hotels having, room nights booked, obviously with this particular emergency and the corresponding downturn in the economy. Business travel and travel in general has been greatly restricted and reduced. As a result, our corresponding tax revenues have dropped dramatically, enough that just a few months of this year has actually had a significant impact in the overall category for the city in the 2019-2020 current budget year. Charges for services and permits are down currently with the interruptions in construction and city operations. That's dropped off. This is something that we're going to be continuing to monitor. We do have new applications coming in the door, residential applications and otherwise, but we're going to need some more data and some more history here before we can determine if they're getting back up to the level that they were, or what the specific projects look like in terms of valuation and those types of things. Business registration for next year is an unknown. This year is a bit of an unknown, obviously having concluded most of the year already. We're confident that this category won't drop a huge amount. in this fiscal year, but next year we'll have to see, how many businesses remain open and register for the fiscal year 2021 period. And then use of money and property, and this has to do with interest earnings and whatnot, obviously are being interrupted by the economic downturn associated with this, and that puts additional revenue at jeopardy. So our initial estimates, as we had reported to council before, we had assumed that we would be looking at a loss in revenue of $3 to $5 million. Those numbers, are still really general estimates. They're based on some of the latest information, which has been more editorial in nature that I've seen coming out of the state and other sort of larger county and municipalities in the area. It's possible that we could see something in excess of 5 million moving forward. In terms of, and this will be my own editorial comment in terms of the finance, and this particular emergency, this disaster, and the subsequent downturn in the economy really is not anything like anything I've seen. A lot of economists believe that this could be the biggest downturn that we've seen in more than 50 years, which certainly exceeds my experience in everything. And so we don't have a lot to draw from right now, other than the information that's coming in the door, which so far, based on the closures and slowdowns, has been a relatively small subset. So we're going to continue to monitor this as we move forward. Budget instructions went out to city staff last week. I've asked them to prepare for the council's consideration departmental reductions up to 10%. So that's what they're working towards right now. And my hope is that that 10% is more than we need and will provide the council with the ability to have options and choices as you look at reducing the budget. If the worst case scenarios start to unfold, then the 10% hopefully will get us to where we need to go this year and buy us enough time to begin to look at our budget again next year, as most folks now believe that this recovery will likely take more than 6 to 12 months to deal with. Our expenditures to date related to COVID-19 are approximately $1.3 million, a little less than half of that being staff costs and salaries and benefits of employees that are working directly on this public emergency. Other expenditures include the generous grants that the council has given to nonprofits who have been working to help renters, small businesses, and then, of course, making sure that folks in our community have access to food and necessities they need to live their daily lives in a healthy way. Service and expenditure impacts all our facilities remain closed to the public. Most employees are still working remotely from home. We do have and have continued to have some employees in the office throughout the week doing work that has to be done on site. They don't have a way to log in and work on certain things because of the nature of those particular systems involved. Employees must wear masks, temperature checks are happening, as I mentioned earlier. Also, we have implemented a hiring freeze. We've already got several positions now that are vacant and frozen that we won't be looking to fill in the coming year. We've frozen non-essential spending, events, programs, travel, training that isn't essential or required. And then, as I mentioned, we're looking at the budget reductions of 10% for next year to present to the City Council later this summer. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions the council might have.
I understand we have a couple of speakers before we take council questions. Crystal, do you have a couple lined up?
Yes, there are 2 in the queue, so I'll go ahead and admit our first speaker here. Good evening, caller, phone number ending in 115. Thank you for joining us tonight in our San Carlos City Council meeting. Please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. Once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone. If you can please wrap it up at that time, we'd really appreciate it. If you'd like, please state your name for the record before providing your public comment. And you are now unmuted.
Tim Roselli.
Thank you. You may begin.
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can I start speaking?
Yes, please.
Yes, so my name is Tim Roselli, and I'm a demolition contractor in the city of San Carlos. I've been in business for over 30 years, and I have roughly 30 to 50 employees. And this impact with the construction hours has really put a strain on my company and my workers. The city of San Carlos is a great city, and I think what they're forgetting is everybody cannot work from home on a laptop. People still need to go out and build and work and things like that. And when you're having people work on a 6-hour shift, we're losing 30 or 40% production in this day and market. And things are already extremely tight out there. And what we're doing is we're just killing all the local business and industries. I mean, it's not just the construction, but those guys got to eat. They got to fill their trucks with gas. There's just a lot of things I think people are missing. And I do feel for the people that are not working, but they are being compensated. The construction workers are not being compensated. So if there's anything the city could do to change these hours, I think would be a big impact on all construction workers and construction owners of companies. I don't think people are seeing the full picture that are working from home. They're not, like I said, everybody cannot work from a laptop. Some people have to work with their hands. And I'd just like to leave that statement and thank the city of San Carlos for listening to me.
Jim?
Yes.
There. This is Ron.
Okay.
You might want to hang around. We're going to be addressing construction hours on item 10B, which is coming up.
Okay. So just stay on hold?
You can or you can watch the meeting on your computer or on TV if you like.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're going to take another call. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. And Crystal, we have another speaker, I understand?
Yes, let me admit them in here. Good evening, caller, phone number ending in 531. Thank you for joining us for the San Carlos City Council meeting tonight. Please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You will have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. And once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone. If you can please wrap it up at that time, we'd really appreciate it. And if you'd like, please state your name for the record before providing your public comments. You are now unmuted.
Yeah, my name is Ron Grove.
Yes, hi, Ron. You may proceed.
Yeah, I'm calling regarding about the 10B and the work hours. And I just want to kind of cover what's already been covered, but we've got quite a few jobs going in San Carlos right now. We've also got jobs in Redwood City and Woodside. And the hours there are 8 to 5, and there's a reason for it. 6-hour days, by the time or a 7-hour day, by the time we get in there and we get started, we roll out our tools and get started, we lose 15 minutes. Then we take a half-hour break for lunch. Then we take our 2 10-minute breaks. Then we take another 15 minutes to clean up. We've got a 5.5-hour day in. These guys are working 30 hours a week, and it's killing them. They're getting more money if they stay on unemployment and take the $600 bonus that the state's giving them or the government's getting them, and they don't want to come to work. So I think what's going on here is it's counterproductive. These jobs are going to drag on and take a lot longer. I get it that people are upset that are working from home and they've got to hear the noise. these people are lucky. They don't have to commute for 2 hours each direction like some of these guys have to do and sit in traffic to get their 30-hour week. I think the council needs to take some deep consideration. My guys just don't want to work in San Carlos. They're begging me to go to Redwood City and Woodside and not put them in San Carlos because they're losing time and money. So I think that everybody needs to really look at this. If you're fortunate enough to be working at home and getting a 40-hour week and a nice paycheck, or sitting back collecting that unemployment with that $600 bonus, probably don't have a lot of incentive to let people work, you know, and make noise in your area. So anyway, I'd just like you to consider getting back to the 8 to 5 and let's get the city of good living back to good living. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Stay tuned. We're going to be talking about that later, as you know.
Okay.
Crystal, did anyone else call in to speak?
No, there's nobody else in the queue.
Nobody else. Okay. Let's now go to questions of council. Adam, you're up.
Thanks, Ron. I appreciate that. Mayor Collins. I want to say, Jeff, thanks for the budget comments. And we had a chance to see it at the 2+2 meeting, so I appreciate getting an update on the situation and where things are. I think it's helpful to help shape kind of our discussions and forward to getting a more fuller picture moving forward. I did want to just have one question and one other comment. One, on some of the things that we're doing during the COVID-19, CCAG, which I'm on, has a page that is collecting all the best practices from all the communities. So just something for us to look at. I know I've submitted some of our things that we've been doing on that as well. And then my question was on the moratorium from the supervisors for the commercial, is that for only county areas, or does that cover non-county areas as well? I know the municipal one, I think the residential one covered everything, but the commercial one previously did not. So I just wanted to get clarification on that.
I believe the commercial one continues to be just for the unincorporated area.
Okay,
that's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, I had a question from an early part of your presentation, and then something actually related to an earlier item, but it relates to city finances, so I thought I'd bring it up here. The first question is, you talked about how the County Board of Supervisors had extended the ban on, I think it was commercial evictions through June 30th for non-payment. And that suddenly reminded me, what do the rules say about the impact that non-payment has on, for example, property owners? Because these are, one of the key attributes of an economy is that the transactions are chained. So it's not like they're totally independent. So if I don't pay somebody, they can't pay somebody else, they can't pay somebody else. And I'm not familiar with what, if any, language there is there, so I thought I'd ask you.
Well, I think I could help with that one, Councilmember Olbert. Okay. One of the features of the eviction and rent relief ordinances is a deferral of the rent for a certain period of time. So the theory behind that deferral is that the landlords, although they may in some cases have a cash flow issue, the way it's structured is that they will not lose rent that they would have received. It just will get stretched out over a longer period of time.
Okay. All right, thank you. That actually, that's a pretty critical difference. And you're right, it turns it into hopefully a cash flow problem, assuming everything gets back to normal relatively quickly. The second question I had, which was when Sarah and Adam were talking about the 2+2 meeting, they mentioned that staff had made some kind of presentation regarding the city's finances. And if it was different from what you just took us through, I'd be interested in getting a copy of it.
Other than the fact that Rebecca gave that presentation, the slides and information was exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Laura.
Thank you, Mayor Collins, and thank you, Jeff, for the report out. Very sobering news indeed with respect to the budget, and it appears that that just goes through the assumption that June 1st would be the date of resumption of the economy. Is that correct? Okay, and then you went, sorry, Jeff?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then you went on to say that the cost of COVID thus far, including the donations that we've paid out to SMC Strong, et cetera, totaled $1.3 million. Is that $1.3 million included in the expected loss to the budget of $3 to $5 million, or is it on top of? So in other words, is the total cost of COVID-19 effectively $4.3 million to $6.3 million?
The way that you're looking at, I would say it would be on top of, but though we're primarily talking about two different budget years. You know, these expenditures are coming or have already occurred in this budget year, and most of the revenue losses that we're projecting are going to be the bigger numbers for next year. Now, if we continue to have to spend on COVID like this, then it will be in addition to, because obviously it's going to be difficult for the council to make cuts in funding related to responding to a public health emergency in our community. So it will certainly provide additional pressure on the budget if we're still, to this degree, having to spend on COVID-19. And, you know, we're tracking all our costs and we're submitting our costs to state OES and FEMA, but we don't have a lot of hope that we'll get significant amounts of funding out of those programs. For example, we had to go out and buy, you know, we had more employees that were going to be working remotely than we have laptop computers in our city when this started. So we had to go out and buy laptops specifically for this, specifically for the EOC in this emergency. And FEMA and OES have told us just recently that they won't be reimbursing us for that cost. And, you know, in my experience, it's always been very difficult to get those types of programs to reimburse. You know, it's not impossible, and anything we get will be, I'll just consider ourselves lucky.
And just a final thought or question. So assuming that the governor moves forward and reopens the state June 1, I know that's a date I've heard tossed around quite a bit. Is it your expectation that, you know, the city won't necessarily come online 100% right away, right? So there will be likely a gradual on-ramp for those businesses to resume their services and sales over a period of time. So in other words, the revenue loss will continue out into the future for some period of time.
That definitely seems to be what we're hearing from a number of business owners in the community that we've talked to. You know, sort of regardless of health orders, they're making their own decisions moving forward. And, you know, I think we've all read the news where there's stories that in places that have reopened, where even though businesses have reopened, some of their employees have been reluctant to return to work because they have elderly parents or loved ones that they're caring for, or they feel like they maybe have a higher risk of, you know, a bad outcome if they were to catch this particular disease. And so all those things lead us to believe, yes, and I think those are the types of things that have been sort of informing the economists and folks who are looking at this, that, you know, this in fact may be a much more slow recovery than they had initially hoped, which would be more, you know, the hope initially was they were going to turn off and then back on a light switch. And I think the reality of turning the economy back on, particularly in different sectors that have different, you know, different business environments and things that they have to think about, supply chains and otherwise, that it's going to take more time to really see the economy even starting to be fully activated again, let alone actually growing and you know, what in an environment that we had seen, you know, for many years prior to March.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, and Jeff, I think Laura touched on it, but I just want to be clear that the federal funding that was going to allow for more funds for states and municipalities was passed by the House, but apparently is not going to get through the Senate. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, and I definitely feel for people who have to prognosticate on legislation out of Washington or Sacramento. So I won't venture a guess. But I've
You should say it's stalled.
Yes, I've read and heard the same things. Until money actually arrives at our doorstep, I'm from the state or the federal government. I'm going to assume what we've always assumed, which is the city will be on our own to deal with our own financial issues. And if those other government entities show up, I will be the first one to welcome them with open arms and their money with open arms. Until that happens, our plan at the staff level is to try to deal with this within our own available resources.
So when do you think you guys will be able to give us sort of the full assessment of what our finances look like? You think sometime in the next 30 days?
I think we're looking at a presentation for you in the June timeframe to give you a little bit more robust walkthrough of the city's finances. And then we'll be doing the full-blown budget at the end of August. And that'll be, so my hope is that, if things are going to change between the June and August timeframe, they'll be for the better. But if they're for the worse, then that time will allow us to get you that additional information and try to provide, try to make sure that we're providing you with enough options to, that's commensurate with the scale of the problem.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Mark, you had a question for Jeff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just to follow up based on the conversation the two of you were having just now. Well, I don't mean this as a complaint, but it's going to sound this way. So it's really just I'm trying to understand. What I'm reading in the newspaper, Jeff, is it seems like, and obviously I haven't attended the other council meeting sessions, it seems like budget discussions and looking at the budget impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic are further along in some of our neighboring communities than they are with us. And when I hear you say that, the full-blown budget will be discussed in August, I guess what I just seems like a long time. Seems like a long time in the future. And to the extent that maybe that's due to wanting to make sure every I is dotted and T is crossed, if that's the case. Personally, I would rather iterate the thing multiple times with the understanding that I can't hold you accountable for what the early numbers are you tell me, because they're just because I think we get more value out of that kind of process rather than waiting until we're pretty sure. There's an old joke about if you wait until you're sure, you're probably dead. I'd rather not do anything even close to that with the city's finances. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the timing of it doesn't put us in any additional jeopardy. I think, there's a couple of differences. One, San Carlos has a much smaller staff than most cities our size in the county that don't operate the way that we do. And then the thing that really knocked us off kilter was we were at a critical point in our budget process in the staff development as department heads are meeting with their division heads and figuring out, how to put the budget together when the cruise ship crisis happened. And that was unique to San Carlos. And so that first month that at City Hall, even, before the closures became widespread and really sort of spilled out into the rest of the world, we were 24/7 on this, weeks ahead of our neighboring communities, which is one of the reasons why once you started to see other communities really heavily get involved in the COVID issue in April, a lot of cities were turning to us to catch up in terms of what they were doing. So now that we've cleared all that and we've got enough lay of the land to sort of tell department heads what to work on budget-wise and prepare, we've turned them loose now, and we need to give them and their staff some time to come up with some options. But in the meantime, we can give you a financial report, and we will, probably either at your next council meeting or the one after that, that'll be as robust as we can. You'll get all the latest information we've got. So we're not really trying to make everything perfect. It's just been sort of taking care of one crisis after the next.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I suppose I'll just leave you with the comment that I made, but phrased a little bit differently. I can't speak for anybody else, but reasonably accurate is perfectly fine right now. Okay, best guess even is reasonably fine. Is a basis for doing stuff, because things are moving so rapidly. It would be helpful to have as clear a picture as we can, even if the picture is fundamentally fogged. So,
thank you.
All right, Adam, you had a question?
I just want to thank you, and I just want to get quick clarification from Jeff. I know you mentioned that you've sent a directive out to staff to do a 10% reduction, or at least come up with a 10% in potential cuts and reductions. What's the time frame for them to get back to you on that? And I'm assuming at that point we might have a clearer picture as well. And I appreciate that we'll get some sort of update, potentially next meeting, given the situation, and obviously the picture you painted was not rosy at all. So wanting to get a sense for that process a little bit on the timeline.
Yeah, so the way that the timeline will work, I think, and Rebecca, you could correct me if I'm wrong here, but we're giving the departments about 3 or 4 weeks to put their proposals together, and then those proposals are submitted to finance, and they vet the numbers to make sure that the everything is right in terms of dollar amounts and those kinds of things. And that's submitted to me, and the department heads go through with me, and I check all those recommendations, whether it's good times budget-wise or bad times. It's the same process to make sure that all the budget cuts and issues are compliant with the spirit of the request. And, I should also mention too, we don't prohibit in fact, we still encourage the department heads to request additional funding. There's going to be areas where costs go up, right? We have third-party, vendors or contracts that we've signed that are multiple year or that have increases already built into them for the future. So, we need to take those into consideration. So we go through the whole package. We make sure that we've got the full 10% from everybody, and then it's time to start meeting with the council. So this process right now probably be about maybe 4 weeks shorter than the normal budget process that we would have done. So we're moving it as quickly as we can.
Great, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, we're going to move on to 8B. We're going to get an update on the street closure plans. And is that Steve?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Stephen Machida, Public Works Director. So actually, there's probably going to be 2 people. Al Savay is also going to be presenting, but I'll actually do kind of a layout of the closures and as well as a bike loop. So initially, staff met with the council subcommittee on May 17th, and then did another check-in on last Friday, May the 22nd. So what I'm going to be presenting tonight is kind of the suggested recommendations that were discussed. Okay, so we'll first start on Laurel Street. So we'll start going northbound from 800 block, 700 block, 600 block, and then talk a little bit about San Carlos Avenue. So let's start on Laurel Street. So the 800 block, what is being suggested is we actually keep this street open to vehicle traffic. So it basically still remain as it is. However, what we would suggest is we would put water walls, and those are essentially those barriers that you might see when you see on construction on a freeway. But we put barriers along the alignment where the angled parking is. And as you can see, this would be on the south of Bean Keeney's on the east side of the 800 block, and then south of Chase Bank on the west side of the 800 block. We also are striving to kind of maintain the existing handicap or accessible street handicap stalls. And there is one right on the corner of Arroyo and the 800 block. So this would be in this location here. Additionally, the fire chief has asked that we actually put some openings in these water walls. Basically, this is for them to access for firefighters or any medical access that they may need should they need to get into mid-block of the water walls. So as you go northbound on the Laurel on the 800 block, once you get to Olive, you can make it either a left or a right. But basically, we're going to close down Laurel from this point going northward. However, for the early part of the day, we'll have to kind of decide what those hours are. But my guess would be from like 6 to perhaps 9. That would allow, like for instance, delivery trucks to make deliveries to the 700 and 600 block. So the next slide. So the next slide is, this is kind of what the street would look like. So the red lines kind of replicate what the water walls would be. So as you can see, the water walls will be right at the angle port endpoint of the angled parking. As you kind of heard from my last presentation, we have a 20-foot street section from the essentially the valley gutters. In the case of 800 block, this area would not be allowed. In other words, people would not be allowed to stroll. This would still remain open to vehicle traffic. So all pedestrians will still need to use the sidewalks for access to the merchants. And so the area between the water wall and the curb, that would be available for any merchants who wish to use the street for their businesses. Next slide. So let's talk about the 700 blocks. As I mentioned, you have, once you get to Olive Street, basically at Citibank and Union Bank, as you go northbound, that's where we would have Laurel Street turn into a one-way. Basically, we want all the traffic, and mainly this traffic is mostly going to be for any like service vehicles or delivery trucks to go northbound. So we would block off all the access at Olive, at the Bank of America driveway, at the Union Bank driveway, and then the one little alleyway. I believe that's near the, if I'm not mistaken, that's near the, is it the sandwich shop? But the same process would be what you saw we talked before. However, as I mentioned, the street section would remain closed. And so if I go to the next slide, so you'd have this 22 feet. We would not have the water walls, but this area here, the 22 feet that you see in the center of this photo would be open for pedestrians to stroll, to look at all the merchants. But we would not want to have any kind of street furniture, so that'd be tables, benches, patios, awnings, or umbrellas in the street, because this is going to really be used for emergency vehicles if the need arises. But it would be open for pedestrians to walk and stroll in the center line. So this area, essentially from Valley Gutter towards the curb line, that would be open for the merchants to use. Next slide. So the 600 block, very similar to the 700 block, we would actually barricade the intersection at Cherry and Laurel, basically the through traffic on Cherry, and we would allow through traffic on Olive. Again, we continue the one-way directional signs on 600 block going northbound. However, what we decided to do from the previous discussion is we decided to actually have a barricade right at essentially the service lot of Wheeler Plaza. And that was discussed because there's a couple of reasons. One is we wanted to try this movement, the right-hand movement or left-hand movement from San Carlos Avenue into Laurel, that can get backed up. And so we don't want people stacking up too much. So at least if there's a little bit recovery area where people realizing that the street's blocked, they could actually go into the Wheeler Plaza parking lot to actually exit. But the main thing is we want to continue to have this area closed down between the barriers. And again, that maximizes the amount of area that could be used for on-street dining and as such. And then once you get to the intersection of San Carlos and Laurel, it pretty much remains as is, where you could go either westbound, eastbound, you could go northbound, and then southbound, we're really going to discourage that movement into Laurel, I think mainly because we want to try to keep people from going in that direction. However, if need be, for instance, if they want to get into the service parking lot, they could do so. So the next slide, and this is kind of the really quick picture of the 600 block. It's very similar to the 700 block. So the San Carlos Avenue is something that we hadn't discussed last time. However, on further discussion with the subcommittee, we thought, well, we should really look at for those businesses on the 1100 block of San Carlos Avenue. So very similar to what we were doing in the 800 block, we'd use water walls along the angled curb parking of San Carlos in both the westbound and eastbound direction. It's very similar to what the fire chief wanted. We would have openings at each of the barrier or at regular intervals of the barriers to allow fire access as well as medical access. And then we would taper the barriers towards the Cuisinette restaurant just so that we could allow that right turn into southbound El Camino Real. We decided to eliminate the barriers along Coldwell Banker. I think, first of all, we think it's a really tricky maneuver going southbound El Camino to westbound San Carlos Avenue. I'm thinking you just need a little bit better transition. And we weren't quite certain whether Coldwell Banker would be interested in actually having something in the street in that location. So we started the transition right near Tutti Frutti or after their driveway, the Coldwell Banker driveway, and then extend that westbound until we get to the approximate restaurant on the corner of San Carlos and Laurel. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to try to maintain as many on-street handicap spots as possible. And so there is one spot here in the corner of San Carlos Avenue and Laurel that we'll try to maintain as an additional handicap spot. And so continue on for the accessible spaces. So my staff and I really kind of looked at all the on-street accessible spaces, and rather than try to kind of create new spaces on street, what we really decided to do is actually try to create these accessible stalls on existing parking plazas. So in this case, we have the Park Plaza, we have 2 existing accessible spaces, and we're actually going to expand that from 2 and add 2 more for a total of 4 stalls. Next slide. So we, sorry. First one, I need some help. One more. Okay, so this slide actually shows the location of the Wheeler Plaza service lot. Oops, one back. So this slide shows the Wheeler Plaza surface lot. So we have 1 existing accessible stall. We plan to add two additional stalls for a total of 3. Next slide. So Williams Plaza actually it doesn't have really an accessible stall. So we found actually three locations that we could actually install 3 new accessible stalls there. And then on South Plaza parking lot, there are also 0 stalls there, and so we add the two new stalls for a total of 2 there. And so essentially, we'll be adding like 9 new accessible stalls with 3 existing for a total of 12 stalls. If we close the 2 blocks, the 700 and 600 block, we'd actually lose 4 spaces, handicap spaces. So basically we're adding plus 5 5 new accessible stalls if we were to close the 600 and 700 block. So that really concludes the closure of Laurel Street. So I'll go to talk real quickly on the bike loops. So, at the last meeting, we had talked about possibly doing something that we could do for family bike rides. So staff actually looked at our master plans and really kind of determined there's 2 bike loops that we can actually do. And this would be, one is north of Britain and one is south of Britain. And it's in the neighborhoods. And although we realize that these bike loops are not quite, the exact what a lot of our community members are been asking for, I think this allows us an opportunity to really try a couple of pilot bike loops and just see how they work. So basically, this bike loop that we identified is on Cedar, Arroyo, Elm, and Cherry. And so what our intentions are is to kind of do some advertisement. We would actually do some changeable message boards, kind of let people know that this is coming up. We would actually want to caution people, when the event occurs, we would caution people about pedestrians and bicyclists on the street. We'd have signage, we'd have kind of directional signage of the bike loop, as well as probably have some caution signage out just to kind of keep people aware that, pedestrians are on the street. The second loop is actually south of Britain, and this is on Cedar, St. Francis, Elm, and Howard. And very similar, whether we hold both of them at the same time or, one in stag or stagger, that's something to be determined. However, again, I think just talking with the police chief, this might be an opportunity just to kind of get some pilot data so that we know, how it can be done, what really works well for us. As you know, a lot of our streets are very narrow, and so that is one of the concerns that both the police chief and I do have is they're narrow. And although we're concerned about closing the streets versus kind of keeping the streets open while this activity is going on, we believe that we can do something, a single event where we could just try it out and get the data to see how this works. And so that would be our recommendation. So that really concludes the presentation as far as the layout. I believe Alex today has some more information in regards to the Laurel Street closure and specifics in his discussions with the businesses on Laurel Street. So I'll turn it over to Al.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. So as noted, the subcommittee of Mayor Collins and Councilmember Rack met twice last week. And a strategy was devised to contact the businesses and get some feedback on what they thought about closure of Laurel Street and other parts of the downtown. So what we did is we sent letters out to 162 businesses that were impacted in the vicinity of the downtown area there. And what we did is we asked them to go to a web page and take a look at a survey and complete a survey. And there were a number of survey questions that we put together with the council sub. And as of midday today, we had 47 completed survey responses and 38 unique business responses. And what I mean by that is a number of businesses submitted multiple responses under different employers or owners. And we combine those only to count as one so that all the businesses would have an equal voice. And so again, 47 completed survey responses and 38 unique business responses for about a 23% response rate. And that's pretty good over a holiday weekend like this. And I'm just going to cover just a few of the key questions. And one question was, are you supportive of the closures so that businesses can use the parking space aisles? And the answer to that question, 71% said yes, and about 29% said no. Of those that answered yes, 15 were restaurants and bars, while the other 12 were a mix of retail and different personal and professional uses. A few of the no responses did say that they would be more open to the closures if they were limited to certain days or hours. Another question was, Are you concerned that the closures as proposed would disrupt your ability to carry out curbside pickup? 65% said no, and 35% said yes. Another question, to accommodate delivery somewhere other than the front of your business? 78% said yes, and 22% said no. And then, would you be interested in constructing a parklet in this if to use the space in the parking aisle on a permanent basis? 51% said yes, and 49% said no. There were a number of other comments that the businesses made, and so there's a list of those, and staff will be responding to those in sort of an FAQ on that same survey website. And those questions included things like, will the farmers market continue? Will there be any cost to use the parking space? And ensure that the streets and sidewalks are clean and well maintained. And that concludes my presentation. I'd like to turn it over to Adam Rack and the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I think both the mayor and I want to make a couple comments just to follow up on the presentation, but thanks for the great presentation and the thorough presentation. So I thought we had some good discussions with the subcommittee, and really looking at sort of how we could provide opportunities for businesses to have more space as things start to open up again. And I know many of us have received a lot of comments from the public on this, and we wanted to back that up with some of the business results survey. And then, we discussed looking at really like sort of on Laurel Street for 24/7 to do this for some sort of finite period, several months down the road as we get through this in the summertime, maybe early fall, to really test this out and see how this is working and hopefully making a difference for some of the businesses. And then looking at sort of that 800 block and the San Carlos Avenue block to try to help those businesses as well. We did discuss about the farmers market, when we sort of can determine that can come back, and potentially looking at the parking lot next to Blue Line and Maverick Jacks to be able to have it there on a Sunday and maybe bleed out into the street a little bit, but then at least have some dedicated space for the farmers market, and then seeing how that worked, but potentially looking at larger spaces, maybe other parking lots and other areas down the road. And then in terms of the slow streets, I think, the mayor and I both feel like this is kind of a work in progress, and that we're continuing to evaluate that, and hopefully that this pilot will give us some feedback from the community. I think we're looking to schedule this pilot for, I think, in June. I think if that's correct, some dates in June to try and do that. The other thing that we are going to do is working with the police department to put up some of the kind of temporary changeable billboards in some areas around the community to sort of indicate that, hey, it's time to, that there are a lot more pedestrians, a lot more bikers on the road right now, to slow down, pay attention to that. So that will serve sort of dual purposes. One, to provide that information, education, and to kind of shift those around the community. And then on top of that, sort of give notice about the bike loops and the pilot programs coming in. So I think I'm excited about this opportunity, and I think hopefully that this is something that we would want to agendize to look at for the next meeting of the council. But I'll turn it over to the mayor to see if he had other things to add.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you to the staff. I think you guys have really done a good job. You've really worked hard and given us a lot to think about and consider. I think there's been some very creative ideas, and all of my questions got answered. I think the big thing with Laurel Street is the whole issue of continuity. Trying to come up with different hours and different days, was pointed out to me that could get very confusing, and we might not get the results that we want. So the whole 24-hour closure for a period of time is very appealing, and hopefully the public will see it the same way. We are still struggling with the farmers market locations, and we need to figure that out. A lot of people want the farmers market. We'd like to keep it, but there are various options there that we're going to have to look at. A number of us got emails on the topic of businesses that are not restaurants that want to be able to display their wares, and we hope that this will allow them to bring their merchandise out in the street, or out at least on the sidewalk in front of their stores, and make it a lot easier. And we've been seeing recently that being outdoors is better anyway. People don't want to go inside the store, so we're excited about that. The concept of the slow streets and the bike loops is, as Adam says, it's an experiment. We want to see how it works. We don't know where it's going to go, but we want to see what the impacts of that will be. I thought Mr. Machida made a very good point that we're going to find out a lot, especially from the signage and how the streets are used and how fast people go, and we'll see how it changes people's behavior. So I see some hands raised, although Crystal informed me that there is a member of the public that would like to speak. Is the speaker still there, Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead with that comment, and then we'll get to council comments.
Okay.
Question.
I am seeing a number of callers for this, so let me go ahead and admit the first one in. Good evening, caller with the phone number ending in 541. Thank you for joining the San Carlos City Council meeting tonight. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you, that would eliminate some echoing. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. Once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone, and if you could please wrap it up at that time, we'd really appreciate it. And if you could please state your name for the record before providing your public comment, that would be also appreciated. You are now on mute.
Hi.
Hello there.
This is Melanie Ross. Can you hear me?
Yes, Melanie, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I have a business on the 900 block of Laurel Street. It's called The Refuge. And I just wanted to know if there were any plans for the 900 block in terms of opening up the street.
And that was your one question, Melanie?
Yeah, that's my question.
Okay. All right. I don't think we do at this time. We're trying this a few blocks at a time to see where it goes. It has not been part of our discussion so far.
Okay. I just had a follow-up question. Will you be allowed to just put more tables and chairs like on the sidewalk so that we can accommodate more people when you let us open for in-service dining?
I think I'm going to let Al Savay. Al, are you there? Could you maybe give some feedback on that?
I'm sorry about that, Mayor. I got cut off there. So the question was, are you going to allow for more sidewalk seating? Was that the question?
Right. And specifically in the 900 block, this caller owns the Refuge.
Yes. So one of the ideas that was discussed is if you needed to spread out in front of one of the other businesses along Laurel Street, then that would be something that could be considered if you got the approval of the next door neighbor to do that. So that was something that was discussed and is under consideration. So if you're interested in doing that, that will be taken under advisement, certainly.
Mr. Mayor,
okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I may also want to add, we also need to recognize that the sidewalks are intended for pedestrians as well as people with limited mobility. And so there has to be a certain amount of area that has to be available for people, pedestrians as well as people who have limited mobility on site. So we can't completely fill all the sidewalks with people. I guess that's where I'm going.
Thank you, Steve. All right. We have another speaker.
Yes, we have 3 queued up, so I'm going to go ahead and admit the next one in. Good evening, caller with a phone number ending in 040. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you, we'd appreciate that. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council, and once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone, which lets you know to please wrap it up. If you'd like, please state your name for the record before providing your public comments. And you are now on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, it's Mark Bauhaus, and I've spoken to a number of the councils on these topics. And I just wanted to say again, there's so many other towns that are straight up, creating or have created pedestrian zones, are reacting proactively to the pandemic to get their businesses open and get people attracted to downtown. And I think just a straight up 24/7 couple of blocks, walk down the middle, allow businesses to innovate in incenting and attracting people to come downtown safely makes all the sense in the world. And similarly, the Slow Streets initiative could really feed that and support it by experimenting, albeit we'll learn from the experience, but to allow routes east and west and north and south to come into downtown safely for bicyclists and pedestrians, and ask cars to take extra caution. I feel like we're running ourselves in gyrations, trying not to just do the simple innovation that's called for in a crisis here. And I wanted to again say that residents are really looking for that sort of quick and responsive and straight up pedestrian downtown with routes to get there. So feel a sense of urgency, feel a sense of frustration that we're finding too many obstacles to the fairly simple proposal. So I wanted to just say that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Crystal, there's another speaker. 2 more, you say?
Yes. Let the next one in. Good evening, caller number ending in 598. Thank you for calling into the San Carlos City Council meeting. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council, and once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone. If you could wrap it up at that time, we'd appreciate it. And if you could please state your name for the record before providing your public comment, that would be great. And you are now unmuted.
Hi there. This is Andrew Hsu, longtime resident of San Carlos in the Bayview Drive. Honorable council people, I applaud your efforts to close the 600 and 800 block of downtown Laurel Street. I think this is definitely a step in the right direction to address, the closure of the downtown for both improving business and also for improving access to pedestrians and bicyclists as well. So a good job on that. And also in regards to the Healthy Streets initiative that I've previously voiced support for, I think that the piloting these 2 bike loops is definitely a step in the right direction, and it shows a little bit of thought about trying to accommodate, as San Carlos Bikes has said, the need for a route that is somewhat in the loop. But I also would like to add that, I would hope that some of the results would be to add some route for the pedestrians and bicycles to be able to access the downtown San Carlos, especially the 600 and 800 block. And I think that both efforts and initiatives should be, quite complementary and can help boost the, success of both of them. And additionally, I also want to applaud this movement to add additional signage and other parts of San Carlos just to educate drivers, because, I've seen a number of relatively reckless, driving behavior that's completely unnecessary, and hopefully, drivers with the added signage would be a little bit more mindful, of the added pedestrian and foot traffic. So thank you very much for all your effort and attention, especially on the city staff, into making this happen. I think that there's a lot of enthusiastic supporters of both the Healthy Streets as well as the pedestrian Laurel initiatives. So thank you very much, City Council.
All right, thank you, Andrew. We have another speaker?
Yes, 2 more here. Good evening, caller with the phone number ending in 247. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You will have approximately 2 minutes to address the council, and once your 2 minutes is up, you will hear a tone to let you know to wrap it up. If you'd like, please state your name for the record before providing your public comment, and you are now unmuted.
Hi, this is Anna Kramer again. I want to reiterate and second what the previous caller said. Thank you, councilmen and city staff, for finding creative ways to open our streets and open our downtown. I'm not sure what a water wall looks like. It'd be very interesting, and I encourage the staff to continue to get feedback from our businesses, because even if we fully open, the customers still have to choose to return to downtown. So it will take some time for us to recover. But I applaud your efforts. Just continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, and we have one speaker left. Caller with the phone number ending in 277. Thank you for calling the San Carlos City Council meeting. Please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You will have approximately 2 minutes to address the council, and once your 2 minutes is up, if you can wrap it up at that point, we'd appreciate it. And please state your name for the record before providing your public comment. Thank you. You are now unmuted.
Hi, this is John Ruthens calling. I called in the last council meeting, and just happy to see the progress here. Really excited about seeing the work that the staff has put together. I would just echo the comment that a few other callers have made, that I think one thing that's being left on the table is connecting the bike routes or a bike path or a slow street or a healthy street to the Laurel downtown area. I think, the loops are great. Really like the idea of kind of moving signage, but let's get some of that moving signage on a path to getting people from a loop to downtown. Because it seems like it wouldn't make sense to do these as separate things. We should try and make them complementary to each other. But other than that, really happy to see the progress on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Crystal, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, we have one caller who just called in. Good evening, caller ending in number 632. Thank you for joining us tonight. Please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You'll have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. And once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone indicating that it's time to wrap up. If you'd like, please state your name for the record before providing your public comments. And you are now unmuted.
Lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. Approximately 2 minutes to address the council. And once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone indicating that it's time to wrap up. If you'd like, please state your name for the record before providing your public comment. You are now unmuted.
Hi, my name is Sonia Elk. Thanks for taking my call. I'm another echo of all the amazing comments earlier that I wholeheartedly support, especially connecting the bike loops to downtown, and really appreciating the incredible work that our city staff and our city council and our subcommittee are all doing to make these things come together. I wanted to say one thought about farmers market. The comment came earlier about where to put it. I wanted to maybe suggest the parking lots across from on El Camino, where Arroyo is, where that you can duck. We can go underneath the train tracks to access East San Carlos. It would be right along Arroyo. There's a nice big open space. There might be a place to put the farmers market there, where there'd also be a lot more traffic. People on El Camino would see it and remember that it's there. Farmers market is wonderful, but I know that several residents downtown at some point expressed some potential competition between high amounts of prepared food at the farmers market, and I don't know, I'm probably off. I'll give that suggestion offline, but I wanted to really mostly just appreciate how everybody is working together and things are coming together, and there's so much creativity and innovation and thinking outside the box that if I can be any helpful, if I have any ideas that are helpful or anything I can provide in that capacity, I am happy to help. But I really appreciate all the efforts that are being made. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sonia. Crystal, did anyone else call in?
No, nope. I believe she was the last one.
She was the last one. Okay. So let's go back to council questions. Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to start by saying a big thank you to subcommittee members, Mayor Collins and Councilmember Rack, and to all of the staff who worked so hard on this issue. I know that it might seem like a simple thing to just shut down Laurel Street, but it's very complicated, and you can see how many staff weighed in on this. There's just a lot of, very complicated criteria to take into account, not the least of which is safety. So I want to thank you all for your time, because I know that there is very time consuming. So I have 3 questions. The first one is for Al, and it's on the responses to the survey that you received. I believe one of the first questions you asked businesses was how they felt about using the parking spots to, expand their business out into. And I believe you said 21 were in favor and 29 were not in favor. I'm wondering, of those not in favor, what was the mix of retail versus restaurants? And can you share with us a few of the generalized responses that you received of those who were not in favor of that, please?
Sure. So it was 71% in favor, 29% not in favor. And of those that answered yes, 15 were restaurants and bars, while the other 12 were a mix of retail and different personal and professional uses. And of those that answered no, 3 were restaurants, while the other 8 were a mix of retail and different personal and professional services. And as noted earlier, a few of the no responses said that they would be more open if it was limited to certain days and hours. So that's kind of how things broke down.
Okay, thank you. And then I really appreciate the creative ideas regarding the bike loops. I feel like you took what we discussed at our last council meeting and really ran with it. So thank you for those ideas. Just responding to the public's concern about the loops not connecting to downtown, I'm wondering, on the loop that is Cedar, Arroyo, Elm, Cherry, was there any discussion about closing Arroyo all the way down to Laurel to make that connection? Because I see that Cedar is included in both loops, so that could potentially encompass a lot of residents going downtown.
So, Council Member McCall, when we looked at our kind of the draft bicycle master plan, these routes actually kind of jumped out at us. And I know, the previous council meeting, we had talked about possibly doing a loop. And so that's something that we were looking forward to, trying to accommodate that. Now, certainly we could perhaps make the loop a little bit larger, or perhaps have maybe a leg that would go down to, safely go down to and connect into Laurel Street at some point. However, I think, my concern is still that is, our streets are still relatively narrow. And even though we're not closing down the streets, I still have a little bit of concern of having pedestrians and bicyclists sharing the roads on such a narrow street. But, if this is something that council is directing us or, want us to look at, so then we could probably make that connection and make it work.
Okay, great, Stephen. Thank you. That's something I would be interested in. And then I think I have one more follow-up question for you, Stephen, and that's when these loops were getting created and looking at slow streets in San Carlos, I know, for example, San Mateo is kind of going to go back and take a second look at their slow streets because they've run into some issues. Are we looking at what's worked well in other communities and taking their lessons learned so that we can learn from those who have gone before us?
That's definitely something that we want to do. I mean, as I mentioned, we're still relatively new to this, and so that's what we were suggesting, maybe doing a pilot. In that way, we could learn from actually, where they worked well. And obviously, what you always want to do is, consult with your neighboring cities to find out if they have, what their experience have been, and what worked well for them, and what perhaps they need to rethink. And so I, definitely would want to, talk to my colleagues in all the cities in the peninsula and to kind of get their feedback.
Maybe I'm having audio. I didn't catch any of that. I don't know if my colleagues heard it as well. Maybe I can go back and watch the tape.
I lost a little bit of it too.
Okay, I'm sorry. So just maybe a really short answer is, we'll definitely want to do the pilot, but also we'll I'll consult with my colleagues in all the other peninsula cities to see what really worked well for them and perhaps what they want to rethink and possibly relook at. And so we'll kind of take the best of both worlds, if you will, and apply it to what we're doing. Did I come through?
Okay, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Steve, that I think we maybe have the benefit of seeing what the other cities are doing, and we'll be able to see what their feedback is and what worked and what didn't work.
Sure.
Okay, next up is Laura.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Collins, and also I want to thank the staff and the subcommittee for working so quickly on this. I know this COVID situation is continuing to rapidly unfold, and the implications of how we have to manage and conduct ourselves in business in light of it is quite a challenge. So I commend all of your efforts to think through this. A couple of questions. It's clear to me in the 800 block, I believe, where diners would go, which would be, in the parking stalls behind the water walls. I was less clear, and actually got a question from a constituent as to, in the 600 block of Laurel, there was red X's demarcated, and then vehicle traffic would be headed down the street, and I was unclear as to where the business would spill out into either the roadway or the sidewalk. So Stephen, could you clarify for us?
Sure, and I apologize for not making that clear. So basically at the last meeting, what I was kind of demarking the two valley gutters on Laurel Street. So this would apply to 600 and 700 block. So basically the merchants would be able to use everything from essentially the valley gutter, or where the end of the angled parking stall lines kind of end in the street, towards the base of the curb and gutter of the street. So basically that's about 14 feet wide. And it would be all along the 700 block and the 600 block. We had indicated that we wanted to keep the 700 and 600 block. That essentially is going to be closed, so there'd be no vehicle traffic. So basically that's going to be open to all pedestrians. The only time it would be open, and again, we would still have to kind of work with merchants, is to find out exactly when they need to, for instance, take their deliveries for their supplies. And then we probably want to do a really early morning availability for our service vehicles to pick up trash, maybe sweep the streets, et cetera, et cetera. So there would be a very short period, and my guess would be like a 3-hour period in the mornings that will allow us to allow vehicles in Laurel Street on these two blocks, the 600 and 700 block. But other than that, it'd be closed. So from after, let's say 9 o'clock, if you will, from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock the next morning, it's going to be closed to vehicular traffic. So that would allow kind of the travel lanes on Laurel. That would allow pedestrians with their strollers or wagons, and people could walk up and down the middle of the road and still be safe. And then the diners would be on the side of essentially where the angled parking stalls are on all the streets.
Okay, great, thank you.
Laura, can I just add, I'm not sorry, I just want to what Steve said that we talked about in the subcommittee also, is I think we wanted to, that 600 block, to keep that last parking lot open. So that's why it looked maybe a little bit different, not to the edge of San Carlos Avenue. So the street, so right where Starbucks is in Blue Line, you'd be able to at least access in to save some of that parking over there. And I think the intention is we have to figure out, as Stephen said, the hours, but also, would it happen every day that you'd have those deliveries, or would it be a couple days a week? I think some of that stuff we're still waiting to hear back from the merchants on.
Yeah, understood. And I also caught Mr. Mashida's point with respect to that turn onto Laurel into that lot can be a little bit of a challenge. So wanting to make sure that there's not backup. So I expect that you're going to have to try to figure out if parking is sold out, how you how vehicles maneuver through there. That parking lot is a bit tight. Just a couple of quick comments. I just would also like to, affirm some of the comments that we heard with respect to connecting the bicycle loops to the downtown, and maybe, depending upon the direction of traffic flow that you need to happen on Laurel, maybe match the loop traffic the same way. But I think that idea of connecting the bike routes to downtown sounds like a reasonable one to me, and could actually perhaps enhance the success of both programs. In addition, I heard Melanie Roth, the owner of Refuge, talk about the 900 block. I'd also like to challenge ourselves to see if we can't also address the needs of the southern part of Laurel Street in this area as well, perhaps with some of the water walls and that type of thing. We do have some thriving businesses that have been also adversely impacted by COVID-19. So if we can, work in a direction to support those businesses, I think that would help. I was very daunted by the report from Jeff, and I think anything that we can do to help stimulate our local economy would be worthwhile exploring. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Laura. Yeah, we definitely have, a lot of options, and what we do in the short run is probably going to help us figure out what to do in the long run. Okay, moving on, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of questions and then some comments. This is probably a Steve question. I'd like to get a better understanding of how other pedestrian malls deal with the issue around the country, deal with the issue of deliveries and public safety, like paramedic access and stuff, because I am familiar with a number of places that do this. I don't recall, somehow they're able to meet their requirements, and I don't understand why we aren't able to meet our requirements here similarly. So what am I missing?
And I could maybe start the conversation, but I may ask our chief to actually chime in as well. So the fire code actually requires us to maintain a 20-foot access, essentially. That's to allow them to respond to any kind of fire emergency or other type of medical emergency. It's my understanding that when they actually have to bring in a ladder truck, they actually have to have the little outriggers kind of deployed, and that's what kind of makes up that 20-foot access. So the intent here is, to allow that is you would still allow pedestrians to do this on that one occasion or the occasions that they do need to respond to, say, a fire. That's when we would actually have the people kind of move out of the way. And essentially, this is what would normally occur when Laurel is fully open, is when fire truck is approaching, and actually cars have to get out of the way so that the fire trucks can set up. But I may want to ask Chief Lux to chime in and see if I kind of got everything correct.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Collins and members of the council. Councilmember Olbert's a good point. We have not really looked at those other type of pedestrian malls to figure out what the design is of those, and if they are originally designed, with firefighting and medical access to the rear of those buildings. Just to get this to you for this council meeting, the idea was just how are we going to do with the streets that we currently have and the businesses that we currently have, and what's the best way to provide safety with our existing infrastructure.
But then I guess as you guys were talking, what kind of confused me further is it would seem to me that a strict application of those principles would say that we should never have allowed the farmers market to take place, because there we block off the entire street for blocks. Now, admittedly, it's for a limited period of time during a particular day of the week, but normally public health and safety regulations don't sort of say, well, you get a pass, if you only do it once a week for a few hours. So somehow that configuration works. It's either we've been doing something we're not supposed to be doing, or it works, and I'm trying to understand why it works and how it can't work more broadly.
Yeah, with
maybe that's something you need to research further. That's fundamentally my question.
Yep, I agree. With the farmer's market, the idea was that we had fire engine access down the parking lanes on either side, and the booths were in the middle. That would be a little bit more awkward with the tables in the middle of the street, and you could see a fire engine driving between the sidewalk and the tables, or the retail table setup would be a little bit more of an awkward configuration.
Well, that's an interesting point. Just leaving aside a whole bunch of other issues for a second, that actually might provide more, let me call it, market space for both restaurants and for businesses if they were in the center of the street the way, and left the parking lanes free, the way you're just describing. But anyway, that sort of answers my question on that. So I appreciate you guys doing that. My next question is for I think probably for the subcommittee members. I was listening very carefully, and I did not see any mention whatsoever of the Slow Streets initiative that I thought we were going to be studying. I understood about bike loops. I see that that's part of the plan, but I don't see anything that was discussed about slow streets. So did I miss something, or is that ignored, or what?
Adam, you want to?
I can jump in. I think so. I think the idea was that the pilot with the bike loops would that the bike loop would be a pilot to test out slow streets and to see how that worked and to get some data and feedback on that, and then be able to go back to the subcommittee and staff and figure out what made sense or not, but at least use it as a data gathering exercise and getting feedback from the community and from law enforcement and public works and others.
Okay. I will just say for the record, I think that's completely backwards. Not that I have a problem with the loops, by the way. I think that was a nice thing you came up with. But if you want to gather data on the impact of slow streets, it would be useful to actually do a few slow streets and see what happens. And I will mention in passing that I saw in my neighborhood when I was walking last weekend an impromptu slow street. Some local residents had put a couple of sawhorses with signs saying slow area, bicyclists and kids present. And I mentioned that just because if we have people doing stuff like that, it might be good to formalize the program and give them better resources and bigger signage, so that we don't run the risk of getting problems. So I guess I appreciate the work that the staff has put in under difficult circumstances in the subcommittee meeting several times. But I have to say, in general, I'm sort of underwhelmed by what's come out of this. Now, maybe it can be better as we evolve it, but it really doesn't seem to, on several fronts, meet the needs that I thought I saw. And I guess, on the pedestrian one in particular, and I'm particularly sensitive to that one because I know that different businesses react differently to closing down streets in front of them. And so that one's always a little bit more up in the air. It almost feels like what we're proposing to do is something that's going to get us the worst of all worlds and the best of none, which, I guess we'll see if we move forward with it. But for what it's worth, I was hoping for a lot more, at least a lot more conceptual stuff than I'm seeing presented here.
Well, Mark, I appreciate your sentiments on that. As we said before, it's a work in progress. And as you've said many times, whatever we do, we can undo or we can change. So maybe what we do will lead to something else, and it'll lead to some change. So it may be slow in the beginning, but we'll see where it goes.
And I appreciate that, Ron. That's a good point. I'll just make a pitch for maybe in the course of putting up signage and stuff for some loops and whatnot, we can find a few spare sawhorses and try running a couple of actual slow street examples if we can find some neighborhoods that are willing to do it, just to see what happens. Because like I said, the one I ran into, people were doing it already, even without permission. So they probably would be willing to do it again.
Okay. No, good idea. Adam, your hand was up. Did you have a couple more comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, I just want to, I appreciate all the comments from all the council members and everything and the questions. I think we can take back to the subcommittee and look at some of those. I also think, having heard about the 900 block for Laurel, I think it's an interesting concept potentially for a parklet, since you really only have, I think, two that are sort of either, there's one Ale Arsenal and then the Refuge are the only two sort of eatery type places that, so that's something for us to consider. And I think also we didn't discuss, and I'd like to maybe add that we look at bike parking and increased bike parking on the 600 and 700 blocks and areas. If we're going to encourage people to come down, maybe we can look at some areas for that as well.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, may I make one more comment?
I think probably what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break after you are finished.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to also, I forgot to do this, lend my support to something that Laura mentioned, which hopefully also we will factor in going forward, which is the south end of Laurel Street. I agree with her, there are a growing number of restaurants and retail businesses there that could be helped by this stuff. And, maybe that's where the water wall concept works better, even along where the Refuge is. In other words, maybe for part of a block, who knows? So I hope that we'll be flexible about this stuff so we can try and help our businesses get back online after being socked in the head here.
All right, thank you, Will. It's all an exercise in pioneering. Okay, at this point, I think we are right a little after 9 o'clock. I'd like to just take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at 9:12. All right? Okay. Do we have everybody back? We got Mark, we got Sarah, we got Jeff, we got Laura. Do we have Adam? Where are you, Adam? There he is. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's resume. Let's move on to item 8C. We're going to have an update on Parks and Recreation summer camps and programs. That would be Amy.
Good evening, Mayor Collins and council members. Amy Newby, Parks and Recreation Director. So let's just see. So tonight I will be providing updates to our Parks and Recreation programs, camps, and community events through August. I want to first thank the community for their patience as we sort through a new way of providing programs. It's been a whirlwind for us, but what we've learned through the years is to pull up our bootstraps and pivot our programming and head in a new direction. So with that, here we go. Let's see. You want to help out Crystal? Oh, there you go.
Looks like we're both trying to control it, and
Crystal? There we go.
There it goes.
Okay. So we were always hopeful that CAM could continue in a similar yet modified capacity, and we eagerly awaited for updates from the County Health Department, as well as guidelines set by the American Camp Association and the CDC. With news that camps could return under modified conditions, we began brainstorming and planning for our new camps and what they would look like. We surveyed our current and past participants who had camp-aged kids. We received over 700 responses in just 48 hours. In summary, about a third of the parents plan to send their kids to camp this summer, while a little over half of the respondents were still unsure. 14% responded they will not be signing their kids up for camp this summer, and then over 60% responded that they were not interested in virtual camps. So with those results that came in, our plan for the summer is as follows. We will be offering our in-house adventure camp with our recreation leaders. Campsites will include the Youth Center, outside at Burton Park, and Loyola Park. We're prepared to open up at other parks should the numbers exceed the capacities at these park sites. Some changes from the typical camp structure will include camp will be scheduled in 2 separate 4-week sessions. Each camp group will consist of a stable group of 12 kids maximum with a minimum of 2 staff. Camps with multiple groups cannot change or mix for the duration of the program, essentially becoming a secondary household. And the important component for camp for families that want to sign up this summer is that families enrolled in our new camps must commit solely to our program and shall not attend more than one child care establishment, summer camp, or educational or recreational instruction or program simultaneously as defined by the current health order. We will also be implementing additional health and safety protocols for each campsite and location. We are also coordinating a few of our virtual camps for kids who are opting to stay home but still want social interaction and new projects to complete this summer. But unfortunately, due to facility limitations and the current health order restrictions, we will not be able to hold any of our club ed or sports camps. Some of our club ed camps typically would include science, cooking, carpentry, art, and Legos, just to name a few. An email has been prepared and will first be sent out to our current summer camp registrants, who will receive first priority to transfer into one of our new camp sessions. We will then open up registration to the entire community. It's far from traditional, but we are happy to be returning and to do what we can to address the needs in the community and get the kids out of the house and socializing with their peers again. On to tennis. In the past few weeks, as some of you know, we have received many inquiries about when the city can reopen the tennis courts. A decision has been made, and as of June 1st, we will be reopening the Burton Park tennis courts under a pilot program where San Carlos residents may reserve courts in advance of use. There will be 1-hour time blocks in the early mornings to midday, and then will resume in the later afternoons into the evenings. And residents can reserve up to 2 hours at one time. Per hour fee schedule, residents may reserve a court at $13 per court per hour, and reservations can be made online or by contacting the Parks and Recreation Department by phone or email. Users must follow the health order guidelines and must agree to the terms of use prior to play. The new court rules will be posted on site as well. We will be using volunteers to assist with monitoring the use of the courts. After about 2 weeks, we will evaluate how the pilot program is operating and make adjustments as needed. And of course, we will update our rules of play should the health order change. And it's hard to end on this slide. Each summer, we look forward to bringing the community together at our community events. However, they draw in large crowds, and under the current health order, large groups cannot gather still at this time. Therefore, we are sadly announcing the cancellation of the following: our summer concert series, community movie nights, San Carlos Unites Pride event that was to be held at Burton Park this summer, our 4th annual family campout where we would have about 600 overnight campers at Burton Park. We were launching a new program called Fitness in the Park, where we had a different fitness activity scheduled each Saturday morning during summer for people to come to the park and have free fitness, and other community organization events that are permitted through our department, including some that have already been canceled or postponed, including Hometown Days, the Hiller Fun Run, a Little League event that was to be held at Burton Park, an annual girls softball tournament, our Parks and Recreation Foundation bocce tournament, and the community block party. We will assess our fall events as time gets closer and will follow the current health order guidelines at that time. And with that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Crystal, did we have any speakers that wanted to talk about this topic?
Not at this time, but if we can give a few minutes for that.
Crystal?
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Maybe there's maybe Crystal can't hear me at the moment. So let's do this. Let's move on to some
Sorry
questions.
about that. Can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry, Crystal?
Hi. Yeah, we do not have any callers at this moment, but I want to have this slide up for the public just for a few minutes if they do want to call in. Oops, there you go.
No worries, that sounds good. Let's start with Sarah. You had a question for Amy?
I do. Thank you. My question, Amy, is how many children do you think you can accommodate this summer in your summer camp programs? I know you said you could expand if there's overwhelming demand, but if you could just give us a little picture of the numbers, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. We're currently prepared to operate 6 of the micro camps, of the small camps of up to 12 kids. So that's hovering right around 70 kids. We are looking to, if there's additional sites, we could probably do 2 to 4 other campsites, which would bring us to over 100 kids total.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mark? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Amy. Good presentation as always. A couple of quick questions. The one building on the question Sarah just asked you, what's our typical enrollment in summer camps in a non-pandemic year?
Our typical enrollment in summer camps between Wee-Woods, Burton Adventure, and Arguello Adventure Camp is right around 100 to 120 kids a week.
Oh, okay. So when you were answering Sarah's question and said we could scale up to 100 or 120 if the demand was there, that would match what a typical year is.
Correct.
Okay, because I was going to ask you if there was a rate limiting factor on resources or something, we're the people to talk to about resources.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad to see that that's not the case. But I'll just mention my own interest. If you do see significantly higher demand and you need more resources, that's definitely something I'd want to, have brought back to us to assess whether or not we can meet it, because it's so leveraging in so many ways. You mentioned with I think with the tennis courts that if some rules that we have to operate under get relaxed, that we would revisit and relax our rules as well. Would that same logic apply also to the summer camps, which, as I understand it, have some very tight rules on them? So
right. The tricky part with the summer camps is, number one, is we're required to have them sign up into 4-week sessions at this time. So anyone starting camp in June is going to be enrolled through about July 10th. And then also the tricky part with camp is that we balance enrollment and participation with our staff and try to keep that certain ratio. So it would just be the availability of staff if we can really ramp up if restrictions were to change. And if restrictions were to change, we would maybe look to just restructuring to go back to our typical recreation camp where they're larger groups for the day, broken out into smaller sessions for different activities, but they would work more cohesively as a larger group.
Got it. Okay. Well, that falls under this. I appreciate that. That falls under the same heading of if it turns out the rules get relaxed and you need more resources, please come back like right away. The last question is, and it's sort of just a little bit of a blue sky thought. With all of the events that we are having to reschedule or cancel, are there any of those, like, I don't know, I'm just picking one, the movie night thing? I mean, if the restrictions were lifted by, let's say, September or so, are there any of these things that we could do at a different time of the year? Obviously, we wouldn't want to do movie nights when it was typically raining, but
Right. Well, for instance, movie nights, if restrictions are lifted late into the fall, as we've done movie nights in the youth center gym before, so we would happily program that in the winter months. So that's kind of an option or something we can look at.
Well, then I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad you're thinking of stuff like that. Let me just leave it as, to the extent that we have to do things that people enjoy or support things that people enjoy doing, but at odd times of the year, as long as it works, this is a year to do things odd because the whole year is odd. It was sparked by a conversation I had with Jackie Spears' office, where I suggested that if things loosen up a little bit, that Congress declare Mother's Day this year to be in July or August or something. Because, there's a lot of people who I've talked to, I'm sure you have too, who were pretty bummed that they couldn't celebrate Mother's Day with their moms. And, that's a congressional thing. It's only a matter of when they decide to hold it. So we could do something similar on a local level. Thank you.
True.
Just don't postpone Grandparents' Day. Okay, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Amy, thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it. Just had a couple of quick thoughts. One, kind of piggybacking on Mark's comment about thinking outside the box on things. I've heard some places are doing this, and maybe, I don't know if we have a spot somewhere, but could we do a drive-in movie instead of a sort of a movie night, right? Because you can be in cars, you can reserve spot, you can have people pick a spot, and I don't know if there's a parking lot on the east side somewhere, some of the businesses or something, but I just would offer that to think outside the box, and something like that might be a fun community type of event to do if we can pull it off, because that would be allowed, right? And then secondly, on the camps, if you're able to expand, I guess, we would suggest that. I don't know if you've talked to for facility standpoint from the school district, if they've got space that they're willing to, in the summertime, rent out, that may be something that we can look at as well.
Right, and typically all of our Club Ed camps are held at the school sites. We typically use Central Middle School, and that won't be an option this summer as they reevaluate their school year for next year and plan for that. The facilities won't be available. So I know we were hoping for that, and Superintendent Harmeyer was hoping for that, and it just, they need to focus on their school operations first and foremost. And so we won't have alternate sites for those Club Ed camps.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. And then just lastly, so I'm clear, so the Hometown Days is canceled for now. I mean, and I guess the question is, like, if some of these events in the fall, kind of, if the situation changes, they could potentially try to do something else in the fall, if that's, as things move forward and if things open up more.
Correct. And I know that they've put a tentative rescheduling date in late August, and really just under the health order, if it permits, we would look at that. And if it still doesn't permit under the health order, we can look at alternate plans for them as well.
Got it. Great. Thanks again for all the work on this. And I know it's a lot of moving parts, so appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Great presentation. Crystal, do we have any callers?
Yes, we do have one caller on the line here. I'll go ahead and admit them in. Good evening, caller ending in 391. Thank you for joining us tonight for the San Carlos City Council meeting. If you could please lower the volume of the meeting video behind you. You will have approximately 2 minutes to address the council. And once your 2 minutes is up, you'll hear a tone indicating that it's time to wrap up. And if you could please state your name for the record before providing your public comments. And you are now unmuted.
Hi, my name is Francesca Drawn. I am a San Carlos resident, and I own and founded Hummingbird Music School, which is a local music school. We were planning to work with Parks and Rec to offer our summer camp for 6 weeks this summer. I think we're part of the Club Ed. We have been kind of waiting for an answer about what's going to be happening this summer. We have about 50 to 60 kids enrolled in our rock band camp. And I had been told up until yesterday that we were potentially going to be allowed to hold camps still on site, or at the very least virtually, which is what I've been communicating to all of our clients. So I guess I just want to say I'm pretty disappointed listening to this. This is hard for the business. It's hard for the small business. And we were really relying on summer camp to be running. And I was just hoping to get more of an understanding of why I just saw that everything's going to be canceled completely for us. Thanks.
Amy, did you want to briefly respond to that?
Sure. Hi, Francesca. I haven't heard of your individual situation prior to tonight, so I apologize for that. This may be one of the camps that we're looking to virtually offer. I haven't had a chance to talk to any of my staff, or my staff hasn't updated me on this specific situation. I'd be happy to follow up with you tomorrow on that. If you want to, I can give you my phone number or email address that we can touch base tomorrow.
No, we might have lost her.
Okay.
All right. Okay, did we have any other callers, Crystal?
No more callers at this time.
All right. All right, thanks again, Amy. We're gonna Move on now to item 8D. We're going to get a report on the San Mateo County Strong Fund for Small Businesses Grant Program. Is that you, Martin? You have to unmute yourself.
There it is.
There you
I apologize for that. Good evening, Mayor Collins and members of the City Council. Tonight, I will be providing an update on the Small Business Grant Program that's being administered by the County of San Mateo. This is in association with the SMC Strong Fund. As you'll recall, at your April 13th meeting, you adopted a resolution appropriating $112,000 for that program. The application opened on April 27th. And within 2 days, the program was oversubscribed and the application portal was closed down. Today, the application portal remains closed, and the county has indicated that given the large backlog of unfunded applications and no assured source of funding to meet the demand, it's likely to remain closed for the time being. In total, countywide, the program received about 1,200 applications while the portal was open for those 2 days. Of that countywide number, 110 applications were from San Carlos businesses. So of those 110 San Carlos businesses that were able to apply for the grant, 16 were awarded a grant, each qualifying for the maximum $10,000 grant amount. After this initial round of funding that was issued on a first-come, first-served basis, 94 businesses still remain in the queue for funding should it become available in the future. To provide these businesses that are in the queue with the maximum grant would require $940,000 of additional funding for the program. The city has advertised the opportunity to make philanthropic contributions to the local San Carlos Fund to the general public via newsletters and through our website. If anybody would like to make a contribution to the Small Business Fund, you may do so by visiting cityofsancarlos.org/coronavirus resources and click on the latest news link for instructions on where to mail a check or wire funds to support the local businesses. The county's Small Business Grant Fund Program Administrator has indicated that he's not quite sure, or there's not a good sense as to whether the County Board of Supervisors will increase the funding that has been allocated to the program at this time. So thank you for your time. This completes my update for this program, and I'm available for questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Crystal, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not, but let me go ahead and bring up the slide here for the public to see.
Okay, well, that's coming up. To any potential callers, if you'd like to talk on this item, please go ahead and call in. In the meantime, since there's no active callers, we're gonna go to a couple of questions from council. We'll start with Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Martin. My question's very brief, and it's not actually on the topic per se, but a related one. Will we be getting an update on the affordable housing rental support program at some point?
Yes, we will be able to provide an update at the next council meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. Martin, my question is brief also. I'm wondering, out of the 94 businesses that are still in the queue, have they been fully vetted, or would they still have to go through the process with the credit union?
They would still have to go through and be qualified. So it's 94 prospective, but it's not entirely clear whether A, they would all qualify, and then B, whether they would qualify for the maximum $10,000 grant.
Great, thank you.
And Martin, my question is, I apologize. I've got a lot of juggling, a lot of balls tonight. So did you say how much money the Strong Fund had to date, had collected?
So to date, $2.4 million countywide has been distributed to small businesses. So that's a total of 245 grants that were provided countywide.
And then I thought I heard that they had actually had somewhere around 8 million in donations. Did I hear that correctly?
I do understand there's been a significant amount of contributions and also private and business contributions to the fund, to the general strong fund, of which the small business program is a subset of that fund. And so I should mention that there will be additional funds donated to our local San Carlos fund based on what percentage will come to the small business program and then what percentage the city can receive. It's a per capita distribution of funds throughout the county. So from that overall 8 million or whatever total amount that will come to the fund, we will have a portion of that will then go to our local business program that would also continue going through those 94 applications that are in the queue.
Okay, great. And thank you, Martin. It looks like we have no other callers. So with that, let us move on. We're going to move on to item 9A. This is consideration of approving a resolution authorizing adjustments to the cost of services user fees, park facility, development and sewer capacity charge impact fees for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and establishing a cost of service fee for the sidewalk vending permit for compliance with San Carlos Municipal Code Chapter 5.43. Are you up again, Martin?
No, this is me.
Oh, Rebecca, I'm sorry I still saw Martin's face. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Please proceed.
Okay, so good evening, Rebecca Mendenhall, Administrative Services Director. Every spring, do I have, Crystal, do I have control?
Yes, you should be able to move, I guess.
Very good. So every spring, in conjunction with the budget, staff reviews the cost of providing fee-related services. The proposed fee schedule was derived from a comprehensive fee study performed by NBS Finance Group in June of 2017. A comprehensive study is typically performed every 3 to 5 years, as it can take up to 6 to 9 months to complete. The 2017 comprehensive study and subsequent council resolutions recommended that future increases be done by CPI on an annual basis. As such, this is the recommendation for almost all of our fees, with the exception of class registration fees and picnic site fees. As per the study, we base these two fees on the market or in line with other agencies. Field use fees and light use is recommended to increase to $25 an hour to also be more in line with other agencies. Other changes that are being recommended are to change the minimum rental hour requirement from 3 hours to 2 hours, and this will better accommodate scheduling on the weekends. And finally, the removal of the $25 application fee to reserve the library conference room. That application fee was geared more toward the larger facility projects. The park facility development fee and sewer capacity charges are increased in accordance with the requirements of the municipal code. The increase for park facility fee is based on the percentage increase. Slide forwarded too far. There it goes. The increase for the park facility fee is based on the percentage increase of park construction costs cited in the engineering news record for the Bay Area, which for the Bay Area this year was 6.3%. The sewer capacity fee increase shall be adjusted annually based on the change in the construction cost index, a 20-city average, from the March 2016 index, which would result in an increase of 2.8%. Last year, the City Council adopted Ordinance Number 1545, which established the Sidewalk Vendor Permit Program. To assist with the permit program, the staff met with the City Attorney to discuss the process and implementation. Based on that discussion, it was determined that the process would take about 30 minutes on average of administrative time. At the proposed hourly rate, this would result in a permit fee of $92. Since the permittee will still have to have a valid out-of-town business registration, which is currently at $132 for 6 months or $220 for a year, staff felt it would be a financial burden to charge both. Therefore, we're recommending waiving the sidewalk vendor permit fee. Crystal, can you advance the slide? So if council approves the recommendations, the fees would become effective August 1st, 2020, to allow for the minimum 60-day noticing requirement, and would provide an estimated increase of revenue in the amount of $153,000. Of the $153,000, only $107,000 is general fund revenue, and the majority of that comes from development fees. However, it's important to note that these increases are based on the activity levels that were used during the 2017 study and do not factor in any of the impact of the COVID-19 emergency. The impact to development fees in the next fiscal year is still unknown. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ron, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Laura. Crystal, do you see anybody calling in?
No, not at this moment.
Okay. All right. All right, then I would need this is a public hearing, so I would need a motion to close the public hearing. But, why don't we wait on that a little bit? Because Mark, you had a question, and maybe that'll give any callers a little bit of time to call. And then after we have questions, then if there's no callers, I'll need a motion to close the public hearing. So go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Would you like me to talk really slowly and drag things out? No, I'm just kidding.
Do not do that.
Have a tendency to do that anyway. Thank you, Rebecca. Good presentation. Two-part question. If we were to not raise any fees, what would the estimated loss of revenue impact be?
Well, we're assuming that it's going to increase, just talking general fund, it would probably be $100,000.
Okay, but that's, I thought I saw the figure of 153,000 that we would get from adopting the recommended increases. So I was assuming if we didn't adopt any, that was what it would cost us, but I wasn't sure if there was something I was missing.
Those are the impact fees. Those are the other 40,000. That relates to the park facility development fee and the sewer capacity charges, which are restricted monies.
Oh, I see. General fund versus restricted.
Yes.
Okay. The second part of the question is probably for Greg, which is, given the way this agenda item is written, could we, for example, entertain a motion to raise allow the recommended park development fee and sewer fee raises to go through, but make no other changes, leave everything else as is?
Yeah, yes, you could do that with the way the agenda is worded tonight.
Okay, thank you. And for my colleagues' benefit, the reason I was sort of toying with that idea is just because we're in the middle of this pandemic and we're not exactly sure what the impact is. It obviously costs us money not to raise the fees to cover our own increased costs, but on the other hand, our businesses and residents might appreciate it if we sort of held the line for a bit till we see what happens.
Crystal, were there any callers during that time?
No, I'm not seeing any callers.
All right. Unless there's any other questions by council members, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move we close the public hearing.
Okay.
Second.
Crystal, can we have a voice vote or do we need a roll call?
A roll call would be great.
Okay, please proceed.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Palmer Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. All right. I think we need a motion.
I move to adopt resolution
2020-24.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing adjustments to the cost of services schedule, user fees, park facility development and sewer capacity charge impact fees for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and establishing a cost of service fee for a sidewalk vending permit for compliance with the San Carlos Municipal Code, Chapter 5.43.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make an alternative motion, which see if Greg will let me get away with this. Basically, it's everything Laura said except that the increases are restricted to only the park development fees and the sewer connection or sewer fees.
So the procedure on a motion like this is, it's a motion that takes precedence over the first motion. It requires a second to proceed. If it gets a second, you can discuss it like the first motion, and it's entitled to a vote first. If it doesn't pass, you go back to the original motion. If it passes, it becomes the ruling.
So Mark has an alternative motion
On the floor, but it has not been seconded yet.
That was what I was going to say next is there a second for that motion? Okay, hearing none, we will vote on since there's a original motion and a second, we will now take roll call on that.
Vice Mayor Parma Lohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Obert?
No.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right, we will now move on to new business item 10A. This is consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a professional service agreement with MIG for consulting services to prepare a focused general plan update, land use, housing, and safety elements, corresponding zone ordinance amendments, and an associated environmental impact report in an amount not to exceed $800,000, and approving an additional appropriation for project C-1906, study land use and regulatory options in the amount of $50,000, and a transfer to the general plan update fees totaling $326,000 from the General Capital Fund 25 into Housing in Lieu Fund 29.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, once again, and members of the City Council. Lisa Forrest and I will be sharing the presentation this evening. Tonight, we're recommending approval of the contract for consulting services with MIG to help the city complete a general plan and zoning ordinance update for housing needs and for the city's general plan safety element as well. And the project is in alignment with City Council's strategic goals to study land use and other regulatory options to increase all types of housing and to update emergency plans. Next, please. It's now widely accepted that we've got a regional housing crisis, and we've added more jobs over the last few years than we've built homes. These issues have led to substantial changes in California housing law, which puts an unprecedented burden on local jurisdictions to find solutions to these problems. And we anticipate, for instance, that a regional and local fair share of housing to be 2 or 3 times more housing to be planned for in this next cycle. And at the same time, we have new challenges that will require retooling of our traditional public engagement processes. Next, please. So this slide is intended to show some metrics on the differences between where we were before and where the state law is pushing us now. And in the last housing cycle, when we did our housing element, we were able to accommodate most of our housing needs, which was about 596 units, on underutilized and vacant sites. And that means, for instance, underutilized sites means that it's a site that hasn't been built to its zoning potential. It might be a 1-story building where 4-story buildings are allowed. And what you'll see on the screen there is that we had about 796 properties that were identified for housing in our housing element. And under this new state law, we can only use 2 of those 796 spaces. Well, we've taken a preliminary look at some of the things that we'll need to do, and we'll be able to use some of those properties, we think, if we upzone them and we add more affordable housing requirements and things like that. But the slide is intended to show you the challenges that are ahead for this general plan. And so it's going to be significantly more challenging for our city to do this, and all cities in the Bay Area to do this in this next cycle. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Lisa Porras.
Thank you, Al. Good evening, Mayor Collins and council members. It's good to see you all. Lisa Porras, Planning Manager. And before I get started, I just want to make sure I have control of the PowerPoint. And let me see. I apologize. It's my first time being here. Crystal, am I allowed to simply hit?
Yes, you have control now.
Doesn't appear to be. Oh, I see. That's how it's done. Got it. Okay, I figured it out. Thanks everybody.
Sure.
Sorry about that. Let me start. Implementation of the council's strategic objectives will be achieved by completing what we're calling a focused general plan update. And we're calling it focused because not all of the 7 state mandated elements will be updated as part of this project. Instead, attention will be given specifically to the land use, housing, and safety elements. And like Al mentioned, this is going to be a pretty big significant update to the general plan because the most fundamental decision throughout this project is going to be where will we put more housing. We understand that because of the state and Bay Area's housing challenges, housing needs are going to be greater than we've seen in prior years. And what I mean by housing needs is basically our regional housing needs allocation or our RHNA number. And while this is going to mean changes to the housing element, it's also going to mean changes to the land use element because it's the land use element that basically designates what you're going to put where. So where housing will be located in the city. So in addition, along with a number of new laws that have been passed for housing, a number of new laws have been passed for the safety element, specifically related to the risk of wildfire and vulnerability to climate change. And what the state is requiring is that when we do our next housing and element update, which is what we're about to do, that we also do an update to our safety element. So that is also included as part of this project and does achieve one of council's strategic objectives. And then a couple more things as part of this project is while we're making changes to these 3 general plan elements, complementary changes are also going to need to be made to the zoning ordinance to ensure that there's consistency between zoning and the general plan, and to start modifying our regulations that would apply to new housing development to meet our housing needs. And the final part of this project is going to include preparation of an environmental impact report to analyze potential impacts and evaluate alternatives. So there's going to be 6, not just 3, but 6 overarching tasks to carry out this project. And the first includes your typical project management, but also includes a very important part, which is refining the scope of work, where we really sit down and come up with a plan on how to do this, all the specific tasks and subtasks and responsibilities to do that, both at the start of the project and then we continually refine that as we move forward. Task 2 is going to include a complete analysis of our policies, our regulations, standards, looking at what projects are in the pipeline, what our past performance with RHNA has been. In this portion of the work, we are also going to be completing the vacant and underutilized sites inventory analysis. We'll look at identifying housing opportunities, and we'll also be doing financial feasibility on the sites that we're identifying. So based on everything that's done in task 2, plus community input, staff and the consultants will start to prepare policy options for consideration and additional public vetting. Draft documents will be done in task 4, and that's the draft of the general plan zoning and the EIR and circulated for review. If we look at task 5 has been singled out specifically because this is the area where we really focus on how we're going to do public participation. Like Al said, we know we're up against a different sort of platform in which to conduct public participation. But luckily, there has been a growing amount of different ways that in technology where we can really look at taking advantage of those and engaging the community. The first step will be to prepare a public participation plan. Both staff and the consultants, like I just mentioned or alluded to, do expect continued emphasis on virtual engagement because of COVID-19, but we will be prepared for if there's opportunities where we can do in-person activities. And again, if and when that is appropriate to do so, some of the traditional things that we've done for projects like this in the past. Altogether, this project is going to take about 25 months to complete, and that's completion, getting the documents adopted, and then the housing element specifically forwarded to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And just as a reminder, that is the one element that needs to be certified by the state, so we will get those adopted in time before their due date is upon us. And although this is going to take about 25 months to complete, we will be completing one of the major components of this project was to really kind of take a look and see where we're going to be able to put housing at the end of this year. So a lot of public engagement will start off this year with a really ramping up efforts to kind of look at our sites inventory and start to work with the public on that question. And also included in the slide here is the RHNA timeline. The RHNA timeline has been somewhat delayed because of COVID-19. So we're not going to really get our official number. We're going to get a sense of what our numbers are going to be in spring of I guess that's 2021. There's a couple type-ups here. That's spring 2021. And in winter 2021, we will get our final allocation. But as Al mentioned previously, we know that the number is going to be at least 2 to 3 times higher than we've had to deal with in previous years. The cost proposal to carry out this project is $793,670. This is about $44,000 more than what was estimated in the appropriation that was set aside for this project in fiscal year 2019-2020. So accordingly, staff is requesting an additional $50,000 for a total of $800,000. In anticipation of the costs that would be incurred to carry out this strategic objective and to complete the state's mandated housing element, staff went ahead and applied for and received and will receive a total of $310,000 in grant funding to help pay for a portion of this project. An additional $326,000 will come from general plan update fees that have been collected over previous years. And then an additional $164,000 will come from housing in lieu funds, totaling to $800,000 to fully cover the costs of this project. The recommendation before the council tonight is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with MIG, which would include approving an additional $50,000 appropriation for Project C 1906, study land use and regulatory options, and transferring $326,000 of general plan update fees from General Capital Fund 25 into the Housing in Lieu Fund 29. This concludes my presentation. Both staff and the consultant team are very excited to start working on this project, and both Alan, Sadeh, and I are here this evening to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Al. Crystal, do we have any callers at the moment?
Not at the moment, but I'll go ahead and leave this slide up for the public so they have the information.
All right. Why don't we start with Adam? You had a question?
Yes. Thank you, Al and Lisa, for the presentation. Just a quick question. Al, you showed that map with sort of underutilized properties, but also a significant portion of vacant properties. Are those parks, or are there those big swaths of vacant land that is, potentially could be used for housing?
There are things like parking lots and properties that don't have anything on them. So there are a few of those. You'd be surprised. There are remnant pieces and parking lots and things like that in the city that we've identified in the past.
Okay, because some of it looked like it was up in the hillside as well, and that's where I was just trying to understand kind of what those might be.
Yeah, a couple of those. That one was the Vista Grande site, and one was the Black Mountain site.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, a couple of questions. On the, not in the presentation, but in the material in the agenda packet on, I think it was page 4, it specifically highlights, let me get the page here. It talks about how one of the things that needs to get looked at is alternative land use, sort of redeploying land from whatever it's designated for now into housing. But when I read the rest of the RFP document, which is what I'm referring to, I didn't actually see that incorporated into the study work. It seemed to get glossed over. So I want to understand: did I miss something, or was that, you know, is it going to be a minimal part of this effort, or what?
So you're talking about like where the housing would go, right? I mean, are we going to look at all options and possibilities for locating housing sites? Is that what the? Just to clarify your question.
Yeah, no, that's a good follow-up. No, it's more driven by I saw a lot of references to, you know, potentially changing building height rules and density rules and whatnot, all of which are valid and all of which I agree need to be studied. But part of what concerns me is I didn't see much discussion about whether or not we would be tasking the consultants to looking into what would happen if we were to redefine certain types of land, saying, okay, it used to be land use X, now it's land use housing, or creating an overlay district or something. In other words, creating more land on which housing could be built.
It's possible, and it could be one of the things that is looked at. It's a little early to tell, but what we would start with, and what the consultant would start with, is looking at the areas that we already know are designated for housing. And if it was found that, for instance, if it was found that we couldn't somehow get the housing that we needed to get on the areas that were designated for housing, then the city would need to look for alternative land, you know, that might be zoned something else. It's possible that could be the case under this new scenario. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm glad to hear that it's a possibility that, you know, will be studied if need be. But I just would like to emphasize that I would expect staff to take a pretty careful view of whether it's actually needed, and not sort of try and rationalize our way around, well, it's not really needed. Because my gut tells me, based on the conversations I've had with you and Jeff over the years, depending upon what happens with the overall development profile and employment profile in San Carlos, which none of us admittedly know right now because of COVID-19, I think something more like that, you know, converting land is going to be required. That's actually a good segue into the second question I had, which is not strictly speaking part of a housing analysis, but my recollection is when the council's talked about the housing crisis as it applies in San Carlos, part of it relates to the notion of balance. In other words, if we create lots of jobs, or if we create lots of land structures that employ lots of people in San Carlos, what are we doing to increase the housing supply in San Carlos commensurately? So, you know, I wouldn't expect a purely focused housing study to look at that, Al, but I am curious about, is it going to get touched on? Because, you know, maybe one of the solutions is, if we have difficulty meeting a housing number, maybe one of the solutions is cut back on the amount of development we allow, commercial development.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's kind of a two-pronged thing. One, the state is, or the RENA number is going to come to us no matter what. And they look at they make their own projections, and they have their own methodology in terms of the number that they will give us no matter what happens in our city. They base it on kind of what our general plan looked like in the past, and demographics and regional numbers and that kind of thing. So we're going to get a number that we have to do from the state. But I think then you do have to look at your local job force and what the future holds for that. And we will definitely have to look at, you know, how many jobs would we be bringing to the city based on what we know in the near future, and in the next 10 years, 8 to 10 years. So we will be looking at that data in terms of jobs housing balance in our own community, despite the number that the state gives us.
Okay, well, good to hear that. And just sort of two sort of last comments for now. I appreciate you referring frequently to the RHNA numbers. My own personal experience, based on my years on the council, I take the RHNA numbers with a grain of salt. They, frankly, maybe they'll be better going forward, but I tend to take them more as a joke. And I think even at the state level, part of the reason they're revising the process is they realize they've kind of become a joke because they've been outstripped by events. And the last observation I'll make is big studies take time, but I'm a little nervous about the 25-month timeline here because I think by the time that information all comes back, gets parsed into, discussed about possible policy changes, we may be faced with a situation where all the commercial projects that are going to be triggering the need for more housing will have already been approved or at least been submitted, in which case this will have been a useless exercise. I hope that won't turn out to be the case.
Okay, anybody else have a comment? Al, the question I have is, have you seen any developers calling or talking about rethinking their commercial development plans based on the last couple of months?
No. What we're seeing, despite the situation that we're in, is on the commercial office, biotech, life science side, for instance, things are moving forward. There's no slowdown. The developers are moving forward. They have the funding. There's optimism there. So I'm not seeing any reduction in speed or determination on behalf of the development community in the commercial area yet.
Okay. All right.
Which is
all right, good to know. Crystal, is anybody, we have any callers that want to make a comment?
No, I don't see any callers.
All right. Sarah, you had a question?
I do. It's a quick question building on what Mark said. I noticed in the staff report that it's intended that preliminary housing options and preferred housing options and analysis will be completed by the end of 2020. Could you just explain a little bit about what you plan to bring back to us in the coming months? That sounds like a pretty quick turnaround.
I missed that last part. Councilmember McDowell, could you kind of...
I will. I'm so sorry. I'm having audio challenges tonight. I noticed in the staff report that preliminary and preferred housing options and analysis will be completed by the end of 2020. So I'm wondering if you could just speak to that briefly. Thank you.
Sure. And so the idea is that the preferred alternatives are, based on the data that's developed and sort of an iterative process with the Planning Commission and the City Council and the community. You kind of take steps forward and you get to a point where you have different outcomes and they're different alternatives. One alternative might be you want to effectuate your economic development plan, and so you focus on things in the policies that forward that, or you might do something that's more housing oriented or for intensities of housing in certain areas of your community and not others, or even rezonings of commercial land or not. So what you would end up with is a series of alternatives for the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the community to select from. And then what you do is you end up selecting a preferred alternative at the end. This is the direction that we have chosen to go as a community in terms of the land use and the zoning and the housing and that kind of thing. So we anticipate that those decisions are going to be made earlier in the process, which I think that kind of what I'm hearing is there's an interest in doing that. So we'll have some answers in terms of where you want to go as a council and as a community earlier, and then what you do is you complete your environmental documents and all your supporting documents around those alternatives or that preferred alternative. Does that make sense? I hope I
thank
answered
you.
your question.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Crystal, did anybody call in that would like to speak?
No, I don't see any callers.
All right. Okay. I don't see anybody else who is interested in making a comment at this time. Unless there's any other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to adopt resolution 2020-25,
25.
resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos authorizing the city manager to enter into a professional services agreement with MIG for consulting services to prepare a focused general plan update, corresponding zoning ordinance amendments, and an associated environmental impact report in an amount not to exceed $200,000, and approving an additional appropriation for Project C-1906 study land use and regulatory options in the amount of $50,000, and a transfer of the general fund plan update fees totaling $326,000 from General Capital Fund 25 into Housing in Lieu Fund 29.
Is there
Second.
All right, there's a second. Adam, you get the prize tonight for reading the longest motion. All right. Comments, Laura?
Great, thank you. So I read through this as well as the proposal from MIG, and I was quite impressed. The lead time for this work is significant, and we are still in the midst of a crisis. COVID-19 shelter in place has furthered an already very distressing situation. The work laid out in this resolution will enable us to find opportunities to increase access to affordable housing at all income levels. I know in our last RENA numbers, we met the top line number, but what we weren't able to do was meet those in the lower brackets of income levels. So I'm particularly enthusiastic about this. In particular, the number of engagements, public engagements that will take place over the 25 months is quite significant. I cited a number of 40 different opportunities for the public to come together with city staff to have these discussions. And I'm really looking forward to us being able to continue to support one of the key priorities that we've identified as a council. So I will be voting in favor of this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. If there's no other comments, we have a motion and a second. Crystal, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. We're gonna, before we move on to 10B, this may be a little early, but there's still a couple things to go. I don't want us to, if we have a robust discussion on this next item, I don't want to have to be stopping to have a motion to extend the meeting. So does anybody care to just sort of preemptively move to extend the meeting to say 10:45, just in case we need to? Not that we want to use it.
I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:45.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we just do a voice vote on that?
I think it should probably be recorded.
What's that?
I think it should be recorded.
All right, so a roll call.
Yeah.
Okay. Crystal?
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parma Lohan?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
All right, yes. All right, now that we have that out of the way, let's move on to 10B, consideration of adopting a resolution ratifying and extending the city manager's emergency order number 1, amending construction hours. And for all of you that stayed all this time to hear that item, I apologize. We had a lot to talk about tonight. Okay, so Chris?
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Tonight for consideration is consideration of adopting a resolution ratifying and extending the city manager's emergency order number 1, amending construction hours. And Crystal, I'm going to go through the awkward request to control my
Sure, I'll take over.
PowerPoint. There we go. All right, just a brief background with all that's been going on recently. This is a very brief background. Emergency order number 1 was enacted on April 3rd, restricting our construction hours from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday with no work allowed on weekends. On May 4th, regular construction activity, however, resumed with applicable COVID-19 job safety requirements being put in place. This is a key slide, frankly, to see how we compare to other cities with their regular construction noise hours. We surveyed 10 other cities. San Carlos is at the bottom of this list. And what you'll see is that our weekday hours fall into line with what other cities are doing overall. Saturday hours, we are one of 6, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're one of 7 that allows Saturday hours, and our hours are 9 to 5 there. Sunday hours with our is where we perhaps veer in a different direction, where we're only one of 3 that allow Sunday hours. But this is kind of an interesting perspective of how we compare to other cities' construction noise hours. The options for council to consider this evening are option 1, ratify emergency order number 1 to keep construction activity from, 9 to 4, Monday through Friday. No construction work on weekends. Option 2 is approve new construction hours from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday with no work on weekends. And then option 3 is direct staff to implement different construction hours, and I have an offering if you choose that option. Option 4 is revert back to the regular construction noise hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday and Sunday with no construction-related noise and holidays. And with that, I'm available with any questions, should you have them.
Okay, first of all, Crystal, do we have any callers on this item now?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay, we have a few questions. Adam, you want to start it off?
Sure. I don't really have questions. I'm more just, sorry. I'm off. I don't have questions. I more had some comments or some thoughts around this. So if you want questions, I'm happy to wait, or I can provide those thoughts now.
Yeah, just stick with the questions for now. And Mark wants to ask one, so maybe that'll trigger something in you, or just save your comment for later. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the question I have, and I'm going to ask it of Chris, but it's the same question I asked of Jeff, and neither he nor I really knew an answer to it. So it's sort of a general question. And that is, to what extent, with the loosenings of employment, of people being able to go back to work that have occurred since the lockdown, the shelter-in-place orders were originally issued, to what extent has the population of San Carlos started going back to working in offices? Because my recollection is what triggered this constraint on construction hours was there was a whole bunch more people who were home during normal work days. And so where before the hammers and whatnot didn't bother them because they were in an office someplace, now they were right next door. And so for me, loosening our emergency rules up is sort of a function of how many people are going back to work in offices. And I don't know the answer to that, but if somebody does, I would love to, even anecdotally, I'd love to get a feel for it.
Well, Councilmember Olbert, I got the order in front of me, and my recollection of the way the order treats offices right now under the latest guidelines are that they can open. However, they're only available to be open to people who cannot telework. So you might have an office that doesn't have, in this day and age, I suppose there's an office that still relies on actual hard paper copies or processing actual paper that they can't do it their work digitally, or they haven't invested in that type of technology and they don't have it. Those offices with safe social distancing measures and a posted plan can reopen with permission of the health officer.
You know, actually, Greg, that's a really good point, and that may be the best data we have. That basically, it's the only people who can be going back to work are the ones who can't work from home.
Yes, essentially that's it.
So that would imply that most people who were originally punted out of their offices to work at home are still there. Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Ron, Mayor Collins, after Mark's question. So, all right, spark something for me. So, Greg, can you just remind me too? I'm just trying to think on the order. I mean, retail can be open now with curbside, right? And so you potentially have people doing retail who can go back to work as well outside of an office, and potentially, I think warehouses. There's some more openness and more is allowed on that. In terms
supply chain workers are allowed to work now.
Right. So there's some portion of people that are going back to work. We just don't know the number.
That's correct. The latest May 15th order, combined with some modifications that came out late last week, kind of open up, crack the door open a little bit more for people to return to work. And the state in some of the more rural counties are ahead of us right now on some of these openings. Restaurants are opening in other parts of the state, but it's not here yet.
And if we were to make some modifications to the hours, could we, I'm just wondering, like, if on June 1st things open up even more, we can say, okay, on June 1st, more people are back at work. We can sort of set that as the date, or if we said June 5th or something.
I've seen this done before, where you I mean, it is a changing situation, so it's would be within your purview to to select one of the choices that Chris presented for you tonight, and then set a review hearing or a review agenda item in 30 days to see what the status of the orders are, and see if you need to change it again.
Okay.
Was that it for you, Adam?
That's it for the question part for me, yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor. I think my question is for Chris. Chris, did any of the cities on your list, your comparison list, implement restricted construction hours during the pandemic, or was San Carlos the only one?
To my knowledge, San Carlos is the only one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And I think, Chris, my question is how much work do we know of that's done on weekends?
Well, there's, our regular construction noise hours accommodates, the what we call the owner builder, and in addition to contractors. But I would say a large volume of our permits are owner builders and, folks that like to work on their homes on weekends. So, an exact number, I don't have that. I would say, though, it's a large percentage of our permits are owner builder and people performing work with either themselves or with subcontractors as well.
Right. Okay. So then the other question is, I mean, the emails that we're getting and that I'm getting are obviously all in favor of just going back to the old rules. Has there been any, have you had any complaints from people afraid that if we go back to the old rules that it's going to be disruptive to them?
We have not had complaints or concerns directed at us in that respect. The concerns that have been directed toward the billing division and the inspectors while they're out performing their virtual inspections is reflective of the comments that we've received this evening about this item. And we're into the dozens now of people who have shared their concerns with us about the revised construction hours.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Crystal, did anybody call in during the interim?
I'm not able to see. Hold on a second. My screen froze for a little bit. No, there are no callers in the queue.
All right. Well, this is a bit of an unusual situation in that we've got 4 options. So I want to change it up a little bit. Adam, you had a comment you wanted to make, but I'd also like us to have a little bit of a discussion on this because I don't know where any council member falls on this. So I'm interested in your thoughts so we can get some clarity as to what recommendation we want to make of staff. Laura, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So I think my perspective on this is everything that I've been hearing is that there's a movement towards reopening the economy mostly. Again, vulnerable populations will likely need to continue to shelter in place for a period of time. And many of the safety practices that businesses are being asked to adhere to, we're starting to see replicated from business to business. So for example, office-based work, people have to wear face coverings and adhere to, temperature checks, voluntary, of course. It looks like hair salons and hairdressers are moving in the same direction. So I'm expecting that many of the folks are going to be, moving out of their working from home situation in many cases, not all, because we do know that many of the high-tech companies are going to ask that people continue to work from home. I thought the points that were raised earlier by the public, those folks in construction, were very helpful to illuminate the impact that the shortened construction has had on their ability to get the jobs done and bring, attract workers to San Carlos. And we even had, as you'd mentioned, Chris, one homeowner builder who wanted to work, with their neighbors and was, feeling a bit pinched themselves with just trying to get the project work done. So I'd be in favor of looking at an alternative option. I don't know that what's been proposed I'm exactly in favor of. I think there might be some other ideas that I'd be willing to entertain. But I think we're, allowing more hours for construction is in the right direction and commiserate with the reopening of our economy.
Okay, good. Sarah, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Laura's sentiments, and I have certainly received a lot of emails from general contractors noting the issues that they called in tonight about. And, I take those concerns seriously. I think that workers in our trades industry deserve a 40-hour work week, just like those who are at home on conference calls. So I'm in favor of, evening that out and going back to Monday through Friday. And I think that the owner builders who want to work on weekends, that's certainly something to consider as well. So I would be open to considering Saturday hours and trying to meet the needs of more workers in our community right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, good. Adam.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. I'm going to just lower my hand here. So I would echo certainly what Laura and Sarah have said, and I think I'm in favor of going back and expanding the hours. I think from my end, the couple points I would make, I do want to see that we can, this obviously helps to speed up the projects as well. So hopefully people are not impacted neighbors are not impacted for as long, and we can sort of move construction forward. I'd be more in favor of something like a Monday to Friday, either, and I don't know what makes sense, more of a sort of an 8 to 5 or 9 to 6 kind of thing. If we do have people still at home, and we can revisit that, if having things end, start a little later or end a little earlier works better. And I would be in favor of Saturday hours. What I would like to see us do is not do Sunday hours and get back to sort of not be sort of the outlier on Sunday hours that it appears that we are.
Okay. All right. What do you think, Mark?
In general, I think that some relaxation is in order, and I certainly support that. I think the issue of owner builders that Chris talked about, and that one of the contractors this evening talked about as well, is something that ought to get factored in. The what I would propose is that we expand. We sort of do this stepwise. We expand the hour and we go back to 6 o'clock. I think, Chris, is that what we used to have the closure, the end of the day, Monday to Friday? Is that right?
Yeah, Monday through Friday. The prior hours were 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So go to 9 to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. Allow work on Saturday. I'm actually a little ambivalent. You know, Adam said he'd like us to stay away from being an outlier on the working on Sunday. I don't feel strongly about that one way or another. So, you know, if the majority wants to do just expand it an hour, allow work on Saturday and be done with it for now and revisit it again in another few weeks as the situation evolves, I'd be fine with that. I mean, because this is very fluid and, you know, that question I was asking earlier that Greg tried to answer is once people even if people can go back to work but choose not to, they choose to continue to telework, to me, that's back to the status quo ante. And that's like, well, if you have a choice and you're choosing to be at home, then you're maybe choosing to deal with some construction noise. But, you know, for now, if you're forbidden from going, that's different. So that's what I would say. Go to 9 to 6 on Monday to Friday, allow Saturday, and go with whatever the consensus is on Sunday.
Okay. Greg, hopefully we didn't stray into illegal territory.
No. I just wanted to kind of the background, just to remind the council that what you're doing now is under the rubric of the declaration of emergency that's been presented. So what you're doing now, whatever it is, when the declaration of emergency ends, these regulations would end. So if the council, just to be clear, if the council feels like changing the rules permanently, we'd have to go through a regular ordinance process. So this is essentially an emergency order during the emergency to fine-tune the construction hours.
Okay.
May I propose this?
One moment, Mark. Adam, you had a comment? I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I had one quick question, maybe, and just to follow up on Chris, I guess from your perspective, just as we weigh in on this, you know, from a construction hours, is 8 to 5 better or 9 to 6? I'm sort of just to understand from the construction worker and the contractor standpoint, what's better if we were to look at one of those two options?
Thank you for asking that. I'm going to speak also as a former carpenter as well. The construction world operates in an 8 to something timeline. Our prior hours were 8 to 6. They fell in line reasonably with what other cities were doing. There are a few cities that have quite a few that have 8 to 5. But the key starting time is 8 o'clock, frankly. That accommodates concrete pours, material deliveries, all this stuff that happens at, really an 8 o'clock starting time and then going on until 5 or 6 or whatever is decided here. But thank you for asking that, because there is a kind of a uniform start time in construction, and that is 8 o'clock.
Great, thank you. That's helpful to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Mark. Sorry.
I was actually going to propose a specific motion, Mr. Mayor. So if there are other questions, maybe I should wait. Or if you'd like, I'll make the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Laura has one. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you, Adam, for asking that question. And Chris, that's really helpful to understand. So in that case, I would prefer that we use traditional hours Monday through Friday. And I concur with Adam that we give everyone a rest on Sunday. So that way we can, increase those hours back up during normal business hours, but then have a break.
Greg, did you have anything else that we need to know?
Just when you make the motion, let's be specific about Saturday, what the hours you want to allow on Saturday. But I think I'm hearing kind of a consensus about starting at 8 and then the end time on the Monday through Friday, and then the hours that you want to allow on a Saturday.
And what are the current hours now on Saturday? What were the old hours on Saturday?
The old hours were 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. And if I can ask, Laura, were you saying that you wanted to go back to 8 to 6 or 8 to 5, which was sort of?
I'm thinking 8 to 6. So the traditional hours that are typical for construction, I appreciate what Chris is saying. And then it looked like we had Saturday starting a bit later at 9 a.m.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, well, I'll throw in my 2 cents, and I think that's about all they're worth at this point, since I was the one that wanted to go to option 4. So, all right, well, let's, if there's a consensus, and it sounds like there's a consensus around the 8 to 6 and the Saturday and the Saturday hours and no Sunday, who would like to take on this motion?
Mr. Mayor, just as an aside, I don't have a strong objection, but I would rather do 8 to 5 and go back to 8 to 6 after the emergency is lifted and more people are back to work. So, but whoever's going to make the motion can make the motion however they want.
I would make the same. I would echo Mark's comments on that. I prefer 8 to 5, but I don't have a strong opinion on it.
Okay.
Can I just ask for clarification? Are we looking at 9 to 5 on Saturday for reverting back to our old Saturday hours?
I thought our old Saturday hours were 9 to 5. Maybe I misremembered something.
Yeah. Right. So that's what we're considering. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Great.
So basically, except for Sunday, we're going back to the old hours. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's what's being proposed. I think that's where we're getting consensus.
I don't agree with that, but I'll just vote against it. So that's okay.
Sorry.
All right.
I thought Adam and Mark were looking at 8 to 5 Monday through Friday.
Correct.
Is that what? And Adam concurred with that.
That's my preference. I don't have a. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't have a super strong preference on it. I think giving people a break right now, a little bit while we're in shelter in place, would be a nice gesture and would help them out if they're not here constantly. That's just my thought. We expand the hours, give them Saturday, but we give a little leeway to the folks working from home.
That's what I was hearing.
Greg, any last?
So just someone could make a motion, and then I just want to clarify that we include, because the current regulation does not allow construction on holidays. So I just want to make sure that the motion, because holidays are typically on those 5 weekdays, we want to be very clear on the regulation that holidays are still prohibited, because that's the current regulation, and you don't want to go beyond what we're currently doing.
Okay, great. All right. So who wants to nail this motion down?
Have we decided 8 to 5 or 8 to 6? I mean, I'm happy to make a motion for 8 to 5 and see how it goes. How's that? And then people.
I think that's where we are, Adam. If I'm hearing everyone correctly.
Let me. How about that? I move to adopt resolution 2020-26. Oh, do I have to do this? Okay. Yep. A resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos ratifying and extending. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Sorry. I move a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Carlos temporarily setting construction hours at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, with no construction on Sundays or holidays.
I'll second.
And there's a second. All right, there's a motion and a second. Greg, your hand was still raised. Any other information you need to know?
I didn't unraise it, sorry. I didn't know you had to do that. There it is, lower hand.
Okay, I think we're ready for roll call. Crystal?
Okay, and to clarify, was that Sarah that seconded?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Adam motion, Sarah
yes.
second.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember McDowell? Yes. Councilmember Obert?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parmalohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, I think we are ready for, we only have about 5 minutes left, unless somebody wants to extend it, but hopefully we can get through the last 2 items, reflections and agenda setting.
Mr. Mayor, we do need to extend the meeting because the closed session is part of the regular meeting tonight. So we need to extend us long enough to accommodate the closed session.
I apologize. I got Crystal's note, but I thought that we would do that separately. So yeah, all right. So we'll need a motion. Before I get a motion, Jeff, can you give us some guidance on how long you think closed session might go, or do we need to nail it down now?
I would suggest you extend the meeting for a half hour past whenever we're going to actually finish the normal council meeting.
Okay. All right.
And I think you could get through it quicker. We can certainly walk you through it quicker, but
okay. All right.
I'd say half an hour. There are three separate items on closed session.
So do we need like a motion to extend to 11:15?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was going to propose that we extend the meeting until, if we extend the meeting until 11:30 and we finish early, does that cause a problem, Greg?
No, it does not.
Then I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:30 and hope we get done by 11:15.
Second.
Okay. Crystal?
Too fast that time.
Vice Mayor Pervin Lohan?
Unmute yourself, Laura.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Rack?
Yes.
Councilmember Olbert?
Yes.
Councilmember McDowell?
Yes.
And Mayor Collins?
Yes. Okay, so 11A, reflections and agenda setting. Laura, and then Mark.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Collins. So I really appreciate the staff's report earlier this evening with respect to what our budget is likely looking like. As I mentioned earlier, it's very sobering news. And I recognize that we will likely need to make many difficult decisions as a council as we move forward. And and to that end, I think that, we all need to pull together and share in the effects of shelter in place. And with that, I would like my council colleagues to consider a future agenda item of reducing our $560 monthly stipend by 10% to align with staff's proposed budget reductions of each department.
Anybody want a second putting that on a future agenda?
I would be actually happy to second it with the caveat, can we just put it on the agenda as discussing temporarily reducing our stipend? Because I was thinking of something similar, Laura, but I was actually thinking of just perhaps making it go away for a while. But that's, in other words, just discuss reducing it to some level.
Well, I'll leave that up to Laura because she's the one that made the recommendation.
Yeah, I think a temporary discount is appropriate given this time. I don't know that I want to eliminate it altogether. That might create a challenge for some.
So it'll be on an agenda as a reduction, and we won't put a percentage on it until we talk about it. Is that right?
That sounds reasonable to me, if others are open to that.
I would support that.
I do too, and that, not that I want to jump on Adam and Sarah, but I'm
fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that too.
All right, great. Okay. Was that it, Laura?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Next is Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things. One, a request to agendize something, and then an observation that I want to remind my colleagues of. The agenda item is I would like to see us agendize in the fairly near future a reaction one way or another to the school district's request for a $1.5 million grant. I think that this is one of those examples where, for their sake, a quick no, if no it ends up being, is better than a long drawn out yes. So I would like to see us agendize that specific request for the near term.
Okay. When you say reaction, do you mean discuss a possible action?
Oh yeah, no. What I mean is they're essentially, as I understand it, the 2+2 members can correct this if it's wrong, but it sounds like they've made a request for us to essentially give them a grant of $1.5 million. And what I'd like to see us agendize is extending, whether it's a grant or a loan, but it basically agendize for the near term a discussion of what, if any, money we're willing to grant or loan to the school district.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify what you're asking for. Okay. I'm not hearing any. So
I'll chime in that, you know, Adam and I left the 2+2 saying that we were willing to help on specific programs, such as the crossing guards or childcare or facilities maintenance. But given these uncertain times and all of the budget numbers that Jeff shared with us tonight, it would be very difficult for me to go past that, given the timing of our budget. It's a timing issue primarily that we just don't have our budget numbers together, and we're all facing very difficult times ahead. So that's where I stand.
Thank you, Sarah.
And I would echo Sarah's comments on this as well, and follow.
Okay, I am not hearing a second for that. I apologize.
That's fine. Or rather, it's not fine. I very much disagree with the observations that were just made. We are required to make decisions under uncertainty. This was admittedly a highly uncertain time, but we don't shirk making decisions. But that's just an opinion, which we can certainly have different ones about. The comment I wanted to make, the observation I wanted to make is Al, in response, I think, to Laura's question tonight, said something which he's mentioned before, but he said it was very clearly put out tonight. The development process for the commercial enlargement of San Carlos proceeds apace. I'm sure you've all been contacted by at least one property developer who is planning a, not as large as some of the other ones, but a big biotech project to go up, and they're chomping at the bit to move forward. And they are not the only one. You know, architectural designs can be done whether somebody is at home or in an office. It's very easy to telework those things. I'm just concerned that the way things are going, we are basically going to lose the opportunity to weigh in on how we want to see this next phase of development in San Carlos in terms of the employment, housing stuff unfold. I think events are going to overtake us, and that concerns me greatly. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Any staff comments on city administrative business?
Anything additional this evening, Mr. Mayor?
Nothing additional. Okay. All right. So we are now going to just adjourning. We are going to close session. And then, Greg, are we going to come back after that? We will come back out and report and then adjourn?
We will, we're required to, well, we might not have anything to report, but we should go out into open session. And if there's no reportable action, we'll just say that.
Okay. All right.
Which I anticipate.
I was talking. What'd you say?
Which I anticipate that will be what happens based on my understanding of the agenda items. But we'll see.
Through the chair, can Crystal remind us how we go into closed session?
You took the words out of my mouth.
You're gonna receive a pop-up, and you're just gonna click join, and you'll be in.
Oh wow! Even I ought to be able to do that.
Even I can understand that.
Okay, so here you guys go.
Oh, got it.
back.
Crystal?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so we're done with ours.
Okay. So maybe another 10 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
hopefully.
Oh, wait, you're done with just the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks for the update.
Sorry, that's all I can tell you.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay,
See you
bye.
tomorrow. Bye.
Ron, you're muted.
Thought I unmuted myself. Do we have a report from closed session?
Mr. Mayor, there is no report on any of the 3 closed session items today.
Well, wait a minute, except for all the work we assigned him.
Yeah, I saw that. Once again. All right. Well, we're finishing 5 minutes early.
Or 55 minutes late.
Okay.
There's nothing else. We're adjourned.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night,
everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Night.
Stop.